Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of our budget deliberations. The gang's all here. We're a little bit behind where we wanted to be as far as timing and cadence, but sometimes things will move along quicker, sometimes they'll be a bit slower. So we are now at motion 6, which on yesterday's list was the tax supported operating summaries, taxation and general revenue. So with no further ado, take it away, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, and good morning, Council, members of the public joining us today. So yes, just to recap sort of where we're at. So we are in item number 4. And so we have gone through motions 1 to 5 and looking to, we've got about 12, we've got 12 operating summaries that I'm, really hoping that we can get through by lunch or shortly after lunch. And really the reason for that is to be able to have the time to spend on the service level change requests and the council requests that we've got scheduled for later this afternoon. Really feel that that's sort of the area that council may need the sort of a good chunk of time to focus on and really sort of hash through those items. So I will start with taxation. And sorry, just before I do that, just wanted to remind council, so based on yesterday's work, we are still looking at right now an overall blended rate of 5.45, just to kind of keep that in mind as we work our way through this morning and this afternoon. Okay. No. Okay, so for many of the summaries that we're going to speak about today, each of the department heads will give a general overview of essentially what the department is looking to do this year. In the case of taxation and general revenues, we don't have a performance plan, right? This is sort of that miscellaneous area, as well as where all of the taxation revenue is shown and collected. So the same would be true for council, which is our next operating summary. Again, we don't set a performance plan for council, but all of the other areas we will have each of the departments do sort of a formal quick introduction of, like I said, what it is that we plan to do this year. So on taxation and revenue, again, if just go to the next page. So we are on 61 and page 62. So all of the notes and actually all of the summaries will include notes, which I'm sure you would have noticed as you went through the package, explaining sort of those significant changes, right, that have occurred from last year's budget to this year's budget. And again, so because this section has taxation in it, it includes a 2.58% assessment growth projection. I also wanted to note that this area includes the BIA levy as well, which is essentially an in because we tax for it, and then we make those payments to the BIA. Not sure if council has any specific questions on this area that wanted to focus on. Maybe a good way to start off the process.
Okay, then we'll start with Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just a comment and on the I am on the BIA representative for the downtown businesses, and in their 2024 budget request, it has gone up. What you would see here, 59%. In that 15, I just want to explain that. So the BIA in past years and for over a decade now hasn't had any increases. So we did hire a manager for the BIA and it has gone smoothly and we're getting things done. The increase is, I said, about 65,000. There is, and I'm kind of on that with increases and taxation and businesses struggling and so forth. So I'm very cautious. So I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that this increase is coming in. There is, you know, there could be a middle ground point where we went from a 0.4 increase to a 0.6. Council could go to a 0.5. There is also a $33,000, I believe around 30,000 of funds that have been left over from previous COVID years. So I wouldn't call it a surplus, but there is some money there to offset if we choose not to give them the full asks, right? But again, this doesn't affect the tax rate. Doesn't affect. It's just an in and out, like Madam CFO mentioned. It would be a break on the taxation on the building owners, which then passes it down to the commercial tenants. So just when this comes up, I just want you to be aware of that and be fully transparent on what's going on with the BIA. We are progressing. Obviously, it's been underfunded for a while, and we haven't been able to get the results we want on King Street. I think that the path we're going on, the BIA is going on, is a positive path and in a good direction. Mind you, King Street is going to need some, because now the town is responsible for the maintenance and so forth on King Street. There's going to have to be some, whether, you know, the BIA works with the town, which they have, you know, the BIA was quite pleased with what happened around Christmas time with the involvement with the town, and they're very appreciative and worked well together. So we're hoping that relationship keeps on, you know, going in a positive direction. There's new planters coming in, which are gonna, you know, cost you know, have some budget impacts. So there are, with the increasing costs of everything, we felt that this 0.6 was necessary. But again, there's also that $30,000 cushion that we could offset this by cutting it in half for this year. But I can't see them not progressing with this 0.6 full ask probably for next year for sure if it doesn't pass this year. So just wanted to relay that to everybody, and thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I think the BIA has done a good job of showing us that they are progressing by running more events, and all the banners and everything have been great. I did look, sorry, over their financials. I'm wondering if they're still paying for 2 locations. And also I'm wondering if it makes sense to even pay for any locations. I'm not sure if there's a necessity in paying for an office space, if that's something they could be doing from home.
Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Ball. So the BIA actually will be doing a presentation tomorrow morning, I believe. And so I think that would be more the appropriate time to have this discussion. My comment was more because we do the levy for the BIA, it shows up here, and you know what, as I said, it's sort of an in and an out, but they will come tomorrow morning and do their budget requests formally to council, and then you would have the opportunity to speak to them then.
Any other questions about this document and the changes? Okay, next. Oh, that's right. Actually, we're finally at another motion. Moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Meredith, that the tax supported 2024 budget for taxation and general revenue be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All righty, motion number 7, council and committees. Same kind of document, but this reflects councils and committees. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So yes, so same idea. Again, all of the variances or significant changes are noted on page 65 of the document. If council has any questions, happy to answer.
Councillor Ball.
I just wanted to note for note 5, the council annual celebration. I just felt that maybe where that was leading the public to a different understanding of what that event was.
Is that the staff appreciation little banquet we put on?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, awards banquet. Could add the word awards in there if you thought it was more appropriate.
I just think staff appreciation sounds a little better to the public than we're having a council celebration. I just wanted to put that out for the public. We're not spending your tax dollars having a council celebration. We're appreciating the hard work of employees of the town.
That's fair.
Councillor Prost.
I just have a question for note 2. The integrity commissioner, the price has gone up a great deal. Does anyone know why?
Your worship, to Councillor Prost, the services for integrity commissioner have increased as everything did. We had to renew the agreement after 4 years. And we did an RFP through the county or with the county. So that saved us some, we had some cost savings there. And the fee is just what it is. And I believe I presented the agreement and the report to council before Christmas.
Thank you.
But just to be clear too, it doesn't mean that we're writing a check for that. This is just in the budget. So we could be vastly under or over, depending how often their services are used, either by ourselves or members of the public. And of course, most of the time when they present to us, even though you saw those travel fees and accommodations, they don't come here. They Zoom in and they're quite content to do that. So we don't incur a lot of those fees, but of course, they're part of the agreement in case we ever do demand or require that they come here. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, your worship, to Councillor Prost. Just a reminder too, if we were to go anywhere near that amount, I would bring a report to council and advise council that we're over the limit. To date, we haven't even come close really. So I think we'll be okay.
Just a spending buffer, as it were. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I'm asking for justification on the increase of council anticipated attendance and conference is 32%. Is it because the conference costs have gone up or because we're going to go to more anticipated?
Through your worship, to Councillor McDonald, it is a bit of both. So the actual, although it's 32%, it was just over or just under 10,000. It would be that conference fees have gone up. I know in particular for AMO this year, it would be in Ottawa as opposed to in London. So a little bit more incurred cost on travel. And then to your point, actually more conferences as well. So it's to accommodate that, to make sure that council can attend those relevant conferences. Oh, sorry, if I could add one more thing. Sorry, it does include media training as well. So that is something that we'll be rolling out this upcoming year.
And I can add some color on that too. As county councillors, the county of Simcoe will pay for one annual conference for each of the county councillors. So of course, I picked the most expensive one, which is AMO, to go through the county on, so that's not a burden to the taxpayers. AMO is something I really encourage as many counselors to attend. If nothing else, that's the one to go to every year. But this gives us some leeway. So with Councillor Prost, who will become Deputy Mayor Prost on February 14th, she will be able to avail ourselves of the county to book and pay for things. Obviously not the AMO because already happened, the booking's already happened, but for future. So that's reflective of a savings to local ratepayers. So we'll avail ourselves of any opportunities, grants kind of, along that theme to pay for this training. But I strongly encourage you to avail yourself of this budget. This is not something in my mind that's worthy of skimping on. It helps you be better at your job, network with your peers, learn new things, especially as new counselors. And I can't say enough about the importance of attending these conferences. And I'll always defend that spend to the public if there's ever or critique levied at what we spend for training and professional development up here. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I was just wondering with this increased budget, if this would give us the ability to attend AMO and Good Roads, because I know that was not within a budget last year, and I feel like both have value. So I'm wondering if that would be something that would be able to happen this year with an increased budget.
So through your worship, our CFO is just pulling up some of those costs on the budget.
For those following along too, I'll also add there's a lot of conferences that are available to us. Canadian
There's a 3,000
Federation, I think, of Municipalities.
budget set.
There's the small urbans. There's a lot of these different opportunities that are available to us. It would be awesome to go to them all, but quite frankly, this is still a part-time job, and it's difficult unless you're retired to be able to hit all those and still pay the mortgage. So we have to be selective of which ones we go to, which one's going to give us the most bang for the buck. And so if our training budget is inadequate to meet the needs of the rising costs of people attending one or two of these things a year, then we definitely should remedy that to some degree.
So right now, each counselor does have a $3,000 sort of training budget. Now, I do know AMO is one of those more costly conferences just because of where it is and, hotels and all of that, right? So I think it would be difficult with that budget to go to both. Unless you've kind of found a very cost-effective way to do so, right? It's
We could sleep under a bridge. Some of the homeless folks.
So no, thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Just in regards to that last remark, if I didn't use my $3,000, could I pass it on to a fellow counselor who wants to chop up something is my first question. And my second question is in regards to the county council. Do they represent alternates?
I don't know that they do. I suspect they don't for the purposes of that training. But I don't know that for a fact, but my gut instinct is no. Yeah. Check that at your next your county council meeting. I think you got one more, right? In ya. Okay, so the question about passing along the training allowance. Right now, it's split across 9 people. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a basket of funds. So, I mean, yes, the short answer is yes. So if there is a counselor that has unspent money and they wanted to, but what was the word yesterday when we're not returning money to the reserve? But
so in this case, this is why day 2 we start fresh, right? In this case, any unspent funds. So if Councillor McDonald does not spend her $3,000 training budget and does not give it to another council, that would become part of the 2024 surplus, which, right. And so council would then have the discretion over where that surplus gets allocated.
so back to the
Right.
taxpayer.
Back to
To
the
Councilor Meredith's point yesterday, that wasn't working, but today would on this one. or it could be passed around council to make sure that councillors can attend what they're looking to do. Councillor McDonald?
And just to follow up, I know I didn't spend my 3,000. I didn't go to AMO last year. I took some online courses, so I would have a surplus in my 3,000. Does that carry forward to 2025 or it goes back to the taxpayer? Or what happens?
It would go back to the taxpayer. It would become part of the surplus unless those funds are specifically tagged to roll over. They become part of that surplus.
That makes sense. It's not compounding. So we're not just
Right.
building up this training reserve. Councillor Meredith? It is a use or lose it.
Through your Mayor Gordon to, I guess it could be, it's Madam CFO. The increase of 139% on interdepartmental transfers. Can you just explain that a little bit? Thank you.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. So that's in line with our new methodology, and you'll see this throughout the summaries today. This is the allocation of those corporate services, right? And so each service department will have those two lines on it. The first line being the salary and benefits, so S&B, and then the second line being other. And so when we get to corporate services, which is sort of two summaries down, you'll see that the corporate service line, which includes HR, finance, IT, CXO, procurement, legal, and risk, you'll see that that line is zero because all of those costs have been collected in that department. And so you'll still see, the various line items of what's being spent, but they have been distributed across the departments to reflect the support costs or the support that that department gives the rest of the organization. Now, in the case of council, payroll, onboarding, IT support, there's various support that we would provide to council, just like the rest of the organization.
So that's a part of the activity-based costing, which it'd be nice if we didn't have to see it on here. But for transparency, I'm glad we do, but it does kind of muddy the water because it just looks like money's flowing like a little river between all the departments and obfuscates what the actual spend is. But I guess the only outlier to that is something that's changed this year, which we'll see in the IT budget. It used to be, everybody's Microsoft Office 365 subscriptions were passed along, I think, into each department. And now they've all pulled back, so they're going to be in IT. So I suspect that's one of the things that sees some of the IT software costs increase because now they're being shown entirely as an IT item rather than try and, again, kind of obfuscate, not on purpose, but, have that pushed into all the other departments. So I think is that the only one that we're not really spreading the wealth around and we're actually showing it in the department where it originates?
That would be the major area for sure. We also, as part of this budget, did consolidate, for example, our office supplies. So office supplies used to be a similar thing, right? Every department would have office supplies. We've consolidated those. They're under the management of procurement. And then again, that's sort of that whole rationale between that interdepartmental transfer. So we've got all the costs collected in one area, but then they're going to be distributed based on this same methodology, right? So again, you're getting the true cost or about as close to the true cost as you can get without, very fine, every widget is accounted for kind of thing. Through activity-based costing, you get a sense of what those service areas really do cost, right? Which has also helped us in some of our shared service agreements, right? And knowing what our true costs are so that we can account for those and then bill our partners accordingly. So it was work to set up, but I think the benefits will be ongoing for a number of years.
Thanks. I think the place that'll stand out the most, like a glowing red thumb, is when we look at the new increase for the library, which just looked on face value, it looks
Yep.
like there's, out of control rampant spending there. When in reality, a large chunk of it is us attributing the support, the cost of our support to the library and showing that now. So we'll get to that when we get to it, but it's a good question, Councillor Meredith, and it's going to be a recurring theme. You'll see that line all over the place. So it's good we talked about it. Moving on. I'm not used to motions. We were all day with only one yesterday. Moved by Councillor McDonald and seconded by Councillor Prost that the tax supported 2024 budget for council and committees be approved in principle. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now we're moving on.
So through your worship to council, the next budget is the CAO and clerk budget. So a couple of the major initiatives over this or that are going to happen this year. The Midland Bay Landing project is one of the larger ones, having the RFP go out. We will continue to find ways to not just deliver on council's strategic priorities, but also be able to report back to council and the public on the priorities. The continuation of lobbying and working with the federal provincial government to make sure that things that we need to change happen and that we have a voice in that. And, I talked about the KPI. That is one of the major things that is underway. I'll just speak for the clerks area as well. So a lot happening in the clerks area. So the comprehensive review of the committees and their effectiveness happened this past year, but things that will happen in the upcoming year are the council vacancy, maintenance and management of the town's records management system. So ensuring that we have good oversight on that. And then work collaboratively with committees. So one of the key initiatives this past year and out of the box thinking from the clerks area was to for the accessibility committee to be able to partner with the county and utilize those resources and sit on that committee because we couldn't get people here to fill that. So I think that's sort of a very high level overview, but I will take any questions on the numbers there.
Is that election software really called Data Fix? I guess it's maybe not as bad as Data Rigged, but I don't know if that'd be the name I'd go live with, but okay. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Is this training, travel, meetings, and conferences? Can you, I guess, specify who's included under that?
So through your worship, yes, there will be the clerks area, which consists of 3 individuals and my area 2. So there'll be 5 individuals that are inclusive of this. A lot of training and or conference or requirements for the clerks area are included in this because of some of the legislative training and keeping up to date on things.
There's any further questions? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. We're not, I'm just asking for clarification on how we are proceeding. Yesterday, we spoke about the capital, and that isn't included in the summary that we see today on this sheet that's in front of us, correct?
Through your worship, that is correct today. This is just the operating and the capital. Although if you look in the book, it's a couple of pages down where you'll see the one capital project related to this, where we aren't speaking about the capital today. It won't appear on this operating list.
Thank you.
All right, no further discussion. I will read the motion without being prompted this time. Moved by Councillor Downer, seconded by Councillor Ball, that the tax supported 2024 budget for the office of CAO be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Fire. And I'm just saying that, not screaming it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm glad that everybody knew other than us that you were just stating that, because nobody jumped up and started exiting the building. So there'll be training following council, our council meeting on how to react to a fire announcement. Thank you for the opportunity. The deputy and I did look at our operating capital budgets and looked at our initiatives that we wanted to bring forward. We looked at the operating budget to see where there was areas that we can find some savings. For the most part, all that we're doing is trying to stay status quo and meet the minimum requirements, you know, for the delivery of service throughout our community. Mandated through the FPPA, we have to do public education and fire prevention programs, and then everything else is add-on. So one of the asks you're going to see is in our public education areas where we're adding some decals to the bay doors and doing some education that way. A lot of the other topics that are within the proposed budget in front of you are truly just status quo and trying to meet where we're going to be, where the pressures are, I should say. One area you'll see an increase is in our training. In order to meet mandatory training legislation, we have to increase our training. So we went from 2 hours twice a month to 3 hours 3 times a month, plus the additional certifications that's required for things such as water rescue. We're on a tight time frame, so we're trying to jump on courses as they come available because we're at the mercy of a third party. I welcome any questions.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. My question is in regards to training. The full-time staffed firefighter trainer that you have there Monday to Friday, from my understanding, when we did the tour, how is that different from the training that you're doing externally? Can you clarify what training he does as opposed to what you have to outsource?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Ball. Our full-time training officer oversees the whole program for career and volunteers. There are programs that we can teach in-house. Those are very limited. A lot of the courses that we do teach, such as I'll use water rescue because that's what we're doing right now. It requires several instructors, and we have one. So we have to bring in instructors to turn around and help with that. Then there's other mandatory programs that we have to be certified to teach, have the curriculum, and follow a certain process in order for it to be recognized and then challenged at the government level or at the OFM level. We don't have that. So what we're doing is we're doing all the courses and prep work here, doing the blended program so that we can teach it and get the certification. And then our volunteers we send to Southwest Fire Academy and some of the regional training centers in order to do it. The challenge that we have is there's a lot of programs that require specialty certifications and multiple people, and we only have one.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you. It's either to, I guess it's the insurance note 5, I believe it is. We have an increase of 125%. And then just a clarification on that. We saw yesterday that our insurance rate there was an adjusted rate with the town. Insurance went down. And this insurance has gone up 63,000 over last year. I'm sure it's probably 2 different types of insurance. I'm not 100%. But can you just explain why that increase has gone up over 100%? Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Meredith. Jacqueline's going to put up on screen our overall summary because I think that will help explain it better. So in 2023, we redid how we allocated insurance throughout the departments, right? And so the 2023 budget would have already been set and approved at that point. But when we looked at allocating our insurance costs, we found that the allocation no longer made sense, right? And so therefore, the budget was set and the total budget was correct. But sort of the individual department budgets didn't make sense, right? And so when we allocated the actual bill, we redistributed those costs. And so you'll notice that very small, yes. So fire would have been one of those areas where their proportion of the bill went up based on their department needs, right? Overall, and so right now we've got the overall summary, which really nicely summarizes our expenses, and you'll see, yep, right there. So insurance. So overall, our insurance has not gone down. My comment yesterday was it hasn't gone up as much as we thought it would, right? But like I said, so when you're looking at the individual budgets, especially for insurance, you can't always just look at that percentage change. You have to look at the overall picture because we've done some redistribution and again, try to allocate those costs better than we did before.
Just a question on ice water rescue. And we had the folks that are raising money for the airboat rescue for Tate Township, which if it, when they get the money together to make it happen, and they seem like they're close, would become a mutual aid type shared resource for people when we call, if it can be mobilized in time. But just on the question of ice water rescue, clearly we're a waterfront community and a lot of people will use the water all seasons and could very well find themselves in need of rescue. But are we required by the province or otherwise to stand up and have a fully trained and certified ice water rescue program in our fire service? Or is this something we're choosing to do? I'm not arguing that it's not the right thing to do. I just want to know whether we do it because we have to, or we do it because, it feels like the right thing to do when we fund it accordingly.
Through you, your worship, to council, it is a service level decision made by council. It is not a mandated service. All we have to do is make sure that should we do it or not do it, it has to be identified in our fire master or in our bylaw, which it says that we do shore based. So we walk out. So we do not do vessel fires. We do not, go and do body recovery. It's very limited to what we do. So it is a service level decision that's made by the mayor and council, and then we follow the mandates that come with that. If we go into more advanced involving vessels and such things, then there's certification requirements that we would need to turn around and follow.
That makes sense. So that's why we don't have like a boat with, nozzles and stuff on it like you see in Toronto Harbor or maybe even in York and places like that. So just out of curiosity, and I'm not suggesting that we dismantle that service level right now, but if you could, do you have an idea of what it costs either in dollars or a percentage of your budget for, keeping that service level in? I don't know if it's ever something we've ever talked about. I'm just curious.
At this point, I think it'd be a bit of a challenge for us to kind of pull up numbers. It comes down to the main certification and then recertification every year, and then equipment that comes with that, right? So there is definitely a cost. I think optically, and as a municipality that's along the water, our neighbors next door do the same thing, right? Because we're a waterfront community. It only makes sense to turn around and provide that level of service. So, but to answer your question directly, I don't have a number. If you want, we can turn around and try and see what that is.
Not required. I was more just curious because I just wasn't sure whether it was required or not. So it's like anything, service level. Very good. Thank you very much. Councilor Meredith?
Okay, one last question. I see a note 10 repairs and maintenance asking for a $9,000 increase over last year. Since the and I imagine like the overhead doors and some of the maintenance issues that you had last year with uh, these doors and so forth. Would it be fair to say that that $9,000 wouldn't be uh wouldn't need that type of increase since we're replacing these doors and probably this year? Thank you.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Emeritus. The budget increase is to turn around and deal with all the buildings, equipment that's kind of coming to end of life. And I know that's not a topic you like for us to use here. But we have a lot of issues. So our floor, for example, our heated floors, you know, there's a lot of problems with that. Our furnace system, our AC system was a problem which we rectified yet last year. With the replacement of the doors, our anticipation is that the costs will be decreased because as you replace old with new, there's less maintenance. But there is still a lot of features within the building that require ongoing maintenance. And because of the vintage of said equipment, the availability is not necessarily, you know, prevalent, so we have to search it out. So there's a lot of areas there that we're trying to address. The increase was to turn around and solve some of these issues. Our goal is always to find the best way to we'll call it limp it forward, if that's a proper way of putting it, without you know, overly taxing the town. But we do have significant needs, and as it comes up, I'd rather have too much of a budget and at the end of the year not use it all, as opposed to coming back to see you and saying we need to move it forward.
Thank you.
So I think the key takeaway here that's important is that these are estimates. It doesn't mean you're going to spend this. And that those surpluses, to Councilor Burgess' point from yesterday, do actually come back in the form of a year-end surplus that we see reported to us. So, and we're glad that departments don't take that use it or lose it mentality and spend every time. And there are surpluses. We saw budgets where there was never surpluses. We could be scratching our heads that maybe that's a different way to go or a different mentality, but that's not what we're seeing in our municipality. So it's good to see. All right, no more questions on that one. I've got a Councillor East moving this one, seconded by Councillor Bald, that the tax supported 2024 budget for fire be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. All right, next, digital governance and service innovation.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just the budget summary anyway includes the new digital government and service innovation. It also finance, CXO, procurement, and HR. Well, you're included in digital government. And so I'm just going to go through each of these specific areas. If you can go up to page 102. So first up would be finance. And so major initiatives for this coming year include the refinement of our long-term plan and adoption of some additional analytical tools that help with that really help with that long-range planning that, you know, would love to look beyond 10 years. Because as I said yesterday, we're here forever, right? And so we need to plan for our asset replacement forever. Water mains can last 100 years, right? Water towers can last over 100 years, is what we've seen. So we need really those tools to help us do that forecasting work. Updating our development charge study is another big project that we've got on the go this year. So that needs to wrap up sort of by November timeframe in order to get the new bylaw in place so that we can charge developers for the growth related services that that we have included in our 10-year plan. We also have to meet the provincial regulation of OREG 588-17, and spoke of that yesterday related to asset management. And again, some of those condition assessments and things that we spoke about, those really inform that update to the asset management. And so that is a provincial requirement. We need to include all of our assets. We need to really look at that, again, that full life cycle of our assets and how do we, get more out of it, right? Which then again helps with our funding. So busy year ahead. CXO, so we do have our CXO team here. We do have legal risk and IT, of course, and procurement. So anybody can certainly jump in if council has questions. I'll just continue with the overview. Major initiatives this year for CXO, including the application process for dog tags, updating the town documentation for ADOA compliance, and just really continuing to enhance our customer service strategies to align with the council's strategic plan. Not sure if Angela wanted to add now or later. The website completion was definitely a large project that is still, I would say, an evolution, right? It's continued. It's that living, not document necessarily, but evolving every day. Next up is human resources. And so major initiatives. We did remove that employer of choice strategic capital item yesterday. Again, so it's just a matter of what can we do in-house, right? And continuing to just follow those initiatives of council and succession planning, employee engagement, reviewing our existing policies and practices, and again, really being that employer that people want to work for, right?
And just to call out on that, we just removed that strategic plan. It's not that we're walking back wanting to be an employer of choice. It's just that with a new HR director coming on board, we're looking for wisdom and guidance from this new person to join our organization before we commit any funds in this budget year for another study or something like that. So just to be clear, we haven't changed our direction on wanting to be an employer of choice and keep all of our valuable staff here and attract new ones too.
Legal and risk, I would say that the major initiative there is that transition to the new new OPP detachment board, which Julie has been working on for quite some time already. So, and procurement, we spoke yesterday a bit about the Midland Bay Landing RFP process, as well as a legal review of all of our procurement documents based on, again, sort of changing court case law, really, right, is really the reason for that one, as well as a review of the bylaw. And finally, information and IT initiatives, again, just really sort of improving that front-facing customer service through digitalization and modernization, right? And really just replacing those older failing infrastructure and cybersecurity is always on top of mind. Number one. Can't say that enough. But as I said, everybody's here at the table. So if you have any questions, please feel free. The change summary is up on screen now.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Can you just clarify what purchases for resale is?
Certainly, I can give you a couple examples. So garbage tags is one of them. So we buy them from the county and then we resell them at the same rate. Actually, I think we make 20 cents on every one. And garbage bins was also another one that I believe that service has been discontinued, but not a large, there's no budget for it actually. And really it's because it essentially nets to zero.
All right, no further discussion on this one. Moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the tax-supported 2024 budget for digital governance and service innovation be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right, taxation and general revenue.
We are at community and growth with planning first step, planning and building.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading from a motion I already was in my pile. So yeah, we're not revisiting taxation and general revenue. We are now on planning and building.
Thank you, Worship. So just a department overview. So the community and growth is newly formed. We now have culture and community in the harbor that has joined planning, building, and bylaw. These four key departments provide a range of services to the municipality and its residents, relating from planning legislation to the building permit review, tourism, and planning the events that happen here, cultural, protecting that, and then obviously bylaw enforcement. So I'll give an overview of planning first. So some of the key things that were completed in 2023, if you want to just go up to the 2023. So some of the key items I just want to point out to council was we continue to work on the OLT appeals related to our official plan. There were 7 appeals that were filed when the official plan received approval from the county. To date, we have resolved 5, and we're actively very close to another one, the Pratt subdivision. And then the last one is ADM, which is a pretty significant appeal. That's the big one. The goal is to try and have these resolved by the end of the year, by the end of this year. One thing that we did as well is we had a service delivery review completed by Dillon Consultants. And as part of that, recommendation came out for us to look at our pre-consultation process, which we have done. Right now, it is at the county for final review and approval, but council did approve it at the end of 2023. So this will standardize the pre-consultation process, streamline it, so that way when we do get formal applications coming in, they will proceed through the application process quickly. There was quite a significant backlog of development applications. These are very close to all being completed as well, and caught up. So the one thing that we are finding is that while staff have completed these reviews, we're now waiting on the consultants to sign back the agreements. So we've done our part. Now we're just waiting for the consultants and the developers to sign those agreements back. As discussed yesterday, through the capital, how we're looking to get a planning application online portal. We developed and are using the web-based one through the municipal website for applicants to submit their applications through this. This is to get them used to an online system before we fully move over to an online app or platform that, for example, building uses with cloud permit. One thing that we also did was we have a new sign policy that council may have seen with some of these new public meetings that we've had recently, where we've included QR codes for residents to scan, which will take them back to our website, which will have all the supporting documentation for residents to review so that they are aware of what's being proposed on the site. So some of the major initiatives this year, probably the big one, and we talked about this yesterday, was the natural heritage review. We've had discussions with members of council on this and residents. So this is an initiative that we will be looking at completing this year. Also, we will be looking to do a housekeeping to our zoning bylaw. There's some standards as a result of Bill 23 and just general housekeeping provisions that we feel need to be tweaked, that we're finding residents are having difficulty, or developers are having difficulty meeting. So we're going to look at that. We're also going to be looking, now that we're done our pre-consultation process, phase 1 with the county, once that receives final approval, we move on to phase 2, which is now looking at our site plan control process. which will be a more in-depth process, talking to developers, having meetings with them, asking them what they found the hurdles were to getting through the site plan process. So we will be looking at modernizing that as well. We will be looking to initiate our affordable housing community improvement plan, looking at both the downtown and the outskirts and other parts of the municipality. We will be looking to complete the housing needs assessment, and as well as initiate a new community planning permitting system, which will speed up the reviews of the planning reviews and process. From the building services side, probably the big thing that Mike and his team completed this year was having an update to the building fees. That review was done by Watson, so Mike's team did work through that as well to have that approved last year. One of the initiatives for this year is we are looking to ensure that the shared service agreement with Penetang is finalized. We are currently in discussions with them right now and in finalizing that document to ensure that we have that shared service with them to provide building services for the coming years. And as well as building staff are going to be reviewing the building bylaw, the pool bylaw, and as well as the sign bylaw. Sign bylaw was used to be processed by planning staff. However, planning aren't recognized in that bylaw. So we're going to be looking through that bylaw with building to ensure that it's updated accordingly. So it makes it easier for everybody to be able to apply. And as well as building staff are going to be implementing a building permit maintenance program. And I can have the manager speak more to that if there's questions. And moving down to bylaw. Or do you want me to go through this first? Okay, so yeah, so I'm available and Mike's available as well. So planning and buildings budget are combined into one here. So if there's questions, I will answer for planning, and Mike can answer for building. But perhaps, Your Worship, before we start, I just want to introduce Tomas Wiersba. He's our new manager of planning, who is joining us. I'm not going to put him on the hot seat for budget on his second day. So, but he's here to, if council has any questions of him as well. Thank you.
Welcome to the growth department. Got high expectations. And I definitely applaud the fact that, here we've got this comprehensive review of our official plan and maybe rethinking natural heritage and the way it was applied to the current plan and unlocking the development potential of hundreds of parcels of land in our community. As council has noted, and as the community has probably seen too, if you've been following along, we've been managing that on a file by file basis by developers, making sure that that doesn't stand in the way of development. But what we're trying to do is release the handcuffs from the small landowners who don't have the deep pockets or the resources, quite frankly, to engage all the planners and studies and everything, just so they can sever off a chunk of land to let their kids build a house on the back 40, things they can't do right now with natural heritage designation without a lot of money and studies involved. So I've been preaching this since last term. I'm really glad to see it hopefully getting funded and happening this year, and make some wholesale changes that are good for growth while still protecting areas that clearly are deserving of protection under natural heritage, with a little more thought put to them than perhaps the green paintbrush we used in the first instance. So that being said, Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just actually wanted to make note of the value of construction from 2022 to 2023. I'm sure that is based off the rising costs of construction already, but it's an influx of dollars into our community either way. So I just want to say it's a significant increase. So that's good for our community.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Farquharson. I'm inquiring about the initiate downtown affordable community improvement plan and completing the housing needs assessment and initiating a new community plan. Well, no, just the first two I mentioned. How do you envision that, going about that? I understand this is the third year it's before us, but I still don't have a clear view on what we hope to accomplish.
Through your worship. Now, are you wanting to know how we would start the CIP and how we would initiate it?
Start the, yeah, downtown affordable housing, community improvement. I guess that's CIP, yes.
Yeah, through your worship. So what we would do is there was a CFP created last year to start the program. So we would look at that to see if it's still what the goals and objectives of that were, to see if they need to be tweaked at all. And then Tomaz has got experience with this at the city of Barrie. So we would be working together to try and figure out if that needs to be updated. And then we would then send it out for CFP for bidders to bid on it. And then we would select one and then start the project. So we will be having to look back at what was originally established last year, but the goal is to get it going this year and not put it off any longer.
Okay, I'd be interested in keeping up to par on how that is proceeding, please. And then what line is it reflected in the budget, which expense?
Through your worship, that particular project is done through the capital, not the operating.
Okay, I'll stop looking for it there. Thanks.
Just maybe as a follow-up for you, are you comfortable? Do you know what this is? What this CIP is? Maybe for everybody watching along, we throw lots of three-letter acronyms out there. Maybe just take a couple minutes, just explain what the purpose and objectives of this CIP is and what it means to the community. He gets the hot seat. Attaboy. This one's lobbed right to you.
Good morning, and through your worship, is this on? Through your worship, to Councillor McDonald. So my experience with the program, in terms of CIP and housing needs assessment is that the housing needs assessment is done first to evaluate the community housing need, income levels, and develop tools and recommendations to try to bridge the gap between income levels and housing cost. And then those recommendations would be implemented through or partly through a CIP program. There's other mechanisms that we can implement, but a CIP is one of those programs or one of those mechanisms.
I'd like to bring to your attention that the Simcoe County Health Unit has just completed or doing something very, very similar. And I think you'd want to reach out with them so you don't have, they've already done a study, and Councillor Ball and I have been made aware of some of them, but asked not to share because it's just an initial study, but I don't see why we'd have to do it again, or you could reach out to them.
Yeah, thank you for that. Through your worship. So as part of these documents, the municipality is the planners sit on the municipal liaison group of the county. So it's a very valuable resource to have. So we will be discussing with the county. Tomaz used to be with the county as well, so he's got those connections within the planning department as well. So thank you. We'll definitely include that as part of our review of both of these studies.
Thanks. And just tying the knot on this. So after the study and, we look at ways to bridge that gap. Quite often that bridging the gap involves bags of money. So is there a potential output, or is it an expected output that at some point there may be a special levy ascribed to people that live in a certain area of our community or the entire community to help fund some type of reserve that helps incentivize certain types of built form? Is any of that part of the scope of what the CIP is all about, or is this really just a fact-finding mission and there's really no path to another tax for the sake of, I don't know what else to call it, but
Through your worship to council, so there will be financial incentives. So the town used to have a downtown CIP, and that dealt with facade improvements and window treatments and stuff like that. So I think once we have the study done and the options come back, there will be various different options on how this types of program could be funded from council, whether it's from reserves or taxation. We'll definitely have all that to come forward to council, because then they can decide if they want to proceed with that type of program. And if they do decide to proceed, how is it going to be funded?
Thanks. And just sorry, just in follow up with this, so that, Barrie, for example, is a separated city, has the ability and mandate from the province, and they get funding directly to help with the housing portfolio, whereas a lower tier municipality like Midland doesn't. We really rely for that more supported type housing from the county. Same taxpayer, but just a different way of getting the money. So it's going to, I'm looking forward to this report and seeing how it plays out for a lower tier municipality to make sure that we can afford to do it, even though I'm sure it's very valid and the right thing to do, but just to look for what revenue opportunities we have to fund that incentive reserve other than just our local ratepayers. So I'm not against this at all, because we don't know what we don't know. I want to make sure there are people following along. When we do these studies, the expected outcome is that there's going to be some incentives to try and urge the development community to build the kind of form that we need and the intensification in the places we're looking at. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this, because otherwise we're kind of just acting on impulse or, best guess. I won't say impulse, best guess from our planning growth team. Councillor Ball, thank you for being patient with me.
No problem. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on working with the county for this as well, being able to gain the data that was collected at the symposium in October. That was had all of their firsthand knowledge of all of our organizations around town that deal with this on a daily basis. That data should hopefully come available to us, and hopefully you can speed that along, because we've been told it's ready, but no one has seen a report yet.
We can talk about planning and growth all day. So important to us. Are there any other questions on that part before we move over to bylaw? Okay, we can always bounce back. You want to carry on? Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. I need to have a sticky note or something. Moved by Councillor Pro, seconded by Councillor Downer, that the tax supported 2024 budget for planning and building be approved in principle. All those in favor? And that is carried. Now bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. So some of the highlights from last year. So the municipal law enforcement, we recruited two part-time employees, which increased coverage and covered the increase in call volumes, especially for coverage after hours and on weekends. Mr. Smiley also had resumed the taxi cab vehicle inspection program that was suspended during the pandemic. Now, what we're looking for this year is to bilateral review report to council to obtain direction on the priorities for the program. The outdoor patio program was temporary. We want to look to have it as a permanent corporate policy moving forward. We think it's very successful. It provides a lot of economic benefits, gives a little more livelihood to our downtown during the summer months. The parking system is going to be probably the biggest one that's going to take up the manager's time this year, as we have that program currently suspended, and with the ad hoc committee going to be established, and then work starts on that to report to council by the end of this year. So I think that'll be the big one that Mr. Smiley will be working on. And I believe that was, I'm feeling I'm missing one. Dave, is there one that I missed? Oh, review of the bylaws. That's one thing that council has given us direction on to review bylaws. So the manager right now is prioritizing which bylaws that he wants to have, that he wants to put forward to council for their considerations, on which one we should spend most of our attention to. So we're hoping to have that come to council in the next month or so. So that way we've got directions. That way we can plan out, do the work plan for 2024, knowing that the parking program is gonna take up a lot of time to look at, but updating our bylaws is also important. So whether that be property standards bylaw, or a new bylaw that we currently don't have, that we want to propose to council as well. So I am here, and so is the manager of municipal law enforcement, if council should have any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I know we spoke previously about current complaints coming through that don't have a bylaw assigned to them. That was supposed to be being tracked so that we can update our bylaws accordingly. Is that being done?
I see nods. Wireless mic's coming on. Takes a second after you turn it on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Ball. Yes, we are tracking those through our citywide system that we use for complaints.
Another one?
I have another question, yes?
Oh, very good.
Okay. My next question, I'm glad fire is here because previously fire came in and spoke about having to break up neighborly disputes quite often after hours. The follow-up to that is non-existent. We don't currently require people to pay fines for that. We don't follow up with that. I'm wondering what the plan is. I see this revenue for fines and penalties is down 95% based off of our parking. I believe we can make some of that up without parking in regards to following up just from people complaining, that we should be holding those people accountable. So we're not responding to those calls and not following up with any sort of penalty for that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ball. I'm not sure what you mean by neighbor disputes. Like, we do deal with neighbor disputes in the fact, but it would be a police matter to deal with like physical or harassment or any assaults or anything like that. We do find that people, when they are in those disputes, they will study up on bylaws to try to get back at their neighbor and sometimes put in vexatious complaints or something like that. But every complaint we receive is investigated.
Sorry, I'm speaking to the after hours complaints about the fire department coming, and it's not actually a fire. It's a minor bylaw where the fire is too close to the home or their fire is too large, and it doesn't actually translate to anything other than a bylaw initiative, and that is not followed up on unless it is now. You can speak to that. The fire chief is here. But last time we were updated on this, this was not something that was being passed on to bylaw. It was just dealt with on site and moved on.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ball. We work very closely with the Midland Fire, and when they do get calls, I often get emails and information from the fire prevention officer, for instance. And they have rewritten a few of those bylaws that they're able to enforce. And we do follow up on that. And I've encouraged them that, when they are witnessing that, they could potentially lay charges on the spot, because we are a very small division and we don't necessarily have staff. If you want to provide us with that staff, we can follow up on those and lay fines for stuff like fires in backyards and stuff without a permit.
Thank you. So the last time we were briefed on it, it was not being done, but you are saying that it is being done now. And there were 2 additional staff last year. So I'm just seeing this is still 95% down. So if you had the additional staff last year, why are we not seeing more in that column of being able to collect that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ball. Yeah, we did get approval for 1 full-time employee last year. On the advice of council, we divided that to 2 part-timers, and that was not filled until August. So, and since then we have lost one of those and haven't reposted it yet, although I would like to repost it. Our call volume has increased by 26% from 2022 to 2023. So, I would like to post that this week to get that filled, and then yeah, we can have more bylaw resources in the evening and stuff like that. But at this time, we're operating with 2 full-time people and 1 part-timer, and the part-timer is fully employed somewhere else. So we're only getting about 1 shift a week from that at this time.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you to whoever wants to answer. The grants and donations, we had some in 2022. And there's no, nothing, no intentions of trying to get a grant or donation is my first question. And then the ground maintenance went from 72,500 to 10,000. So I don't know which grounds we're ignoring and why such a drastic change. I mean, I'm not complaining that you want less money, but I just wondered what we're going to be ignoring.
If I could answer the question on grants and donations. So that's a grants and donation expense. And previously, so in the 2022 budget, that was included under, there was a small department that had community, what's it called? It was called Community Health and Safety. We basically disbanded that department. It had animal control contracts, so you'll see that here as well. Anyway, the grants and donation budget is actually in council now, and that's our community grants program is what that is. And community grants program, contribution to hospital, and scholarships that we give to high school students is what that entails. And that is all, that has been moved in the council budget line item. Thank you.
Thanks. And we'll talk about that $63,000 later, because I am going to be, spoiler alert, suggesting that we pause that this year and keep that money in our budget rather than run a community grants program, which feels horrible, but we got to move the needle on our tax rate. So that just talking about that for now. Councilor McDonald, do you have follow-up?
The ground maintenance expense from 72,500 to 10,000.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McDonald. I would suspect that's gone down significantly due to the fact the previous council decided to make the municipal lots free. So grounds and maintenance budget was impacted by that because we ended up moving those to the harbor as well as Bay Shore. So we needed concrete pads, and that was a significant expense, which we didn't incur this past year.
Yeah, less money, they got to do less.
Sorry, if I can just add to that too. So again, we're trying to put the costs where they best belong, right? And so we actually moved those to operations because they're the ones who are physically managing those parking lots. Right? So that's part
Mr.
of it as
Smiley
well.
wasn't out there with a broom and 3 in the afternoon sweeping up dust.
No,
That's
not
good.
to my knowledge.
Good. We need him out there writing tickets. Councilor Meredith and then Councilor East.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. This is on the revenue side of the picture. Just trying to get a grasp on if we took out all parking infractions, fines, and so forth, what would be the number from all the other associated revenue streams collected for 2023?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Meredith, that's kind of to be determined. We do have a report coming up that will have that in more detail. I don't have that right now, but it will be significantly less. We do patrol the residential neighborhoods as well as the malls and stuff for the fire routes, but yeah, with the absence of the park no permit charge, it's going to be significantly less. Probably 95%, I would guess.
I understand that, but do we have any figures up until like October 31st or of those numbers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Meredith, no, I don't have that at this time, but Our plan is to bring a 2023 review forward in the next month or so, and that report should have that information.
Madam CFO, did you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, I certainly could give you what has been recorded up until October 31st. I just need a few minutes to kind of calculate that. If you want to sidebar on that, or if you want to just give me a few minutes or wait, I'd be happy to do so.
Sidebar is fine. Yeah, won't take up more of our time. One other question. You said you had 2 full-time right now and 1 part-time. And then the full-time complement you had approved last year was 3 full-time, correct? You just haven't, and you said you split that full-time position with 2 part-time. And then now, so 1 part-time, you're looking to fill another part-time position. So why did you said that council recommend to split that full-time into 2, or was that was that your thought process is splitting the full-time into 2?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Meredith. Yes, it was council that wanted that kind of split to give more coverage in the evenings and during off hours. It would have been my preference to hire someone full-time and still have that person, because I with the 26% increase in calls for service, I think we would definitely benefit from that. But there was a desire for the community to have some type of coverage in the off hours, so we're trying to respect that and provide that.
Just a follow-up. Okay. So from what I'm hearing right now, it seems like that's not working. So with the 2 full-time, so might be best that we just revisit that, yes, and maybe get you that full-time, and maybe revenues will go up and people will be happier out there. Because you do have there was 4.5 part-time, I guess, students from last year that were approved. So you still have that. So anyways, just needed that information. Thank you very much.
Just to help maybe follow up on that, the students are on the chopping block. We're going to talk about later. But the rationale that you maybe forgot about, the reason why we went with part-time is because the collective agreement, as I recall, doesn't provide and doesn't allow, without paying overtime, people to work past, I think it's 5 o'clock. So if we wanted the evenings and weekends to be covered, the creative way to do that is employ part-timers who we can set their schedule outside of that FTE schedule. So if we walk that back, I think we're shooting ourselves in the face. I think that the 2 part-timers is the way to go on this one. The fact that we have one that's barely part-time, maybe just P, and not, we're missing the T because they're so unavailable. I would probably argue, unless this guy's for his few hours, or her, whatever hours, they just kill it out there and just bring back an empty ticket book. I think maybe we need to find a couple of new part-timers who are more available, who can really do what we intended them to do, which is respond to calls after hours and also drive around, be proactive. So that's entirely in the hands, of course, of HR and our staff on how they implement it. But just to fill in the blanks, that was the rationale as to why we approved the funding for FT. But we suggested, and they complied, that we look at part-time because of the flexibility on response times. Okay. Councillor Ball. Oh, sorry. You know what? Councillor East. And then back to Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through your worship. So maybe a kind of a comment or a suggestion on what I'm seeing. First thing that I would point out, our revenues are down obviously from ticketing, but a prime example would be, I would say a couple weeks ago, we had a car downtown parked in front of the olive oil store for literally a week. And it was there for 9-10 hours, even parking overnight. And there was absolutely no tickets. Now, the one thing for me, I've actually ran into this experience many years ago back in COVID when I had a BMW parked in front of the store for days and days and days and days. It's very, very hard and challenging for even me back then to contact bylaw. The process of trying to get a hold of somebody in bylaw is tricky. What I'm kind of suggesting is maybe get our part-time bylaw officers to go to store, hand out their business cards so that they have a direct number to call. And then that way the business owners can say, okay, we got a car down here that's been down here for 3 hours already, come mark it. And then we have the ability to raise some revenues through ticketing that way. I think if we were more aggressive with actually watching, vehicles say parked down there, we could really attack this and do something with it because, going back to the last meeting, I explained that, it's not only the business owners that are parking out front all day, but it's their tenants upstairs and their tenants visitors that are all day. Now, these vehicles are there way past the 2 hours, right? And the thing is that if we don't make it easy for business owners to have somebody to reach out to very easily, then we could be making revenue off these cars that just shouldn't be parked all day. So it's just more of something that I've noticed and maybe a comment that if we could get out there, go to business owners, make it easy for them to contact you, and then more aggressive on ticketing, then we could see our revenues increase, especially through this time that we're trying to navigate through what we're going to do with parking in the next year. But it's just a friendly suggestion that we need to make it easier for business owners to get a hold of you. And then we need to be more aggressive on ticketing cars that are past 2 hours. There's revenue to be made. We just got to find a way to be aggressive about it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor East. Yeah, all people need to do is call the town line. And usually someone from CXO will answer that call and be able to get in touch with whoever's on duty in terms of the bylaw department to investigate. So, I received your email. We were there very quickly, and that vehicle that you spoke about, you may not have seen their tickets flowing in, from the wiper blade, but at least 6 tickets had been issued to that vehicle. And a lot of those were from operations staff overnight. So yeah, we just need to be aware of them. And the other thing I'd like to say, last council meeting, we had a report go forward from the direction of council about the 3-hour parking, which was, put to us through an amendment. So we brought that report forward, and currently, because we had a pay and display or a pay by plate parking system, there is no charge in our parking bylaw for park in excess of 3 hours or park in excess of 2 hours. And the reason for that is the parking machines would take care of that. And now that we're not using those, in that report, there was an option for council to choose maintain the 2 hours, which wasn't taken, but we kind of went with this status quo. So we can't even enforce that unless you guys chose that option to take the thing, and we applied to the Ministry of the Attorney General to get short form wording so we can issue a ticket for a park in excess of 2 hours.
So as a follow-up, then maybe we should be looking at redoing that bylaw if that's a bylaw. But once again, I'm just going to go back to my experience. I've actually tried calling the town of Midland before I was a counselor, got nowhere. The only reason why I got somewhere was because I called our mayor to find out how to get through. All I'm saying is to keep this a positive conversation. There should be a way for business owners, to get a hold of bylaw directly. And that would mean sending your part-time officers directly to each store and handing out a business card and saying, if you see a car, call us. We can start recording revenue that way. And yeah, we can look at that bylaw and setting that 2-hour precedence, because it should be, especially while we're navigating through this year of what we're going to do with parking. So just a friendly suggestion, but I really believe that we could generate revenue if we made it easier for small business owners to get a hold of bylaw and say, let's get these cars ticketed. And I appreciate you ticketing that car 6 times, because if they didn't get it 6 days in a row that it was ticketed, I don't understand why they would still want tickets every single day. And it, I'm not exaggerating. It was there for 7 days.
Mr. Parkinson, you have something to add?
Yes, thank you, worship. So as we anticipate, 2024 will be the debates and discussions around parking. So yes, this bylaw will be reviewed as part of the review and with the ad hoc committee. And these are all good suggestions that when we do meet with this ad hoc committee and we report back to council, we'll have some options for them to consider. So just to stay focused on the item today, I don't want us to, well, I love parking. We've got many more council meetings that we can talk about it. So, but yeah, I know that, if people are looking to get a hold of staff, we're available. And if the bylaws are not available, they can always contact, myself as well. And we can look to get an answer and get someone out there. If we're able to ticket them, then we'll ticket them. But, just so we can just make sure that we don't want to take the thunder out of the ad hoc committee's wings and we can have them come up with some suggestions as well. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, do we currently contract with Huronia Alarms for any after-hours dispatch for water, public works, operations, those kind of things? We do? Okay, so then I don't know if people could call after hours to bylaw and have them reach out that way too, but that might be something to consider in the short term if people are struggling or have no idea how to reach bylaw after business hours and when the CXO clearly isn't answering the phone, then maybe we give them the Huronia Alarms number that we've been provided and suggest that they contact CXO is ready to comment on this. Maybe you've already got a plan in place for this, but certainly it should be frictionless to get a hold of town staff after hours for emergencies or calls for service like that.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. We do have the after hours emergency number on our website. And so anybody can go on to midland.ca, contact us and find that number. And Huronia Alarms will dispatch staff. Although I don't know, I'm not sure if staff, from water and wastewater or roads would be taking care of bylaw issues. I believe that would go through the OPP. Is that correct? They would, yes. So people should be contacting the OPP because they can administer our bylaws.
Okay, I'm just following up on that. We've deputized, if you will, our roads crew. So if there is, to Councilor East's example, if that BMW or whatever it is returns and decides to park overnight and people feel that they are doing it without tickets, even though they may be getting tickets running down and taking them off the window, they could call Huronia Alarms after hours, who would then get a hold of our ops team. Somebody on, in a truck that night has got the power to write the bylaw ticket. We don't need to call OPP. We can just put that on ourselves. I'm assuming that's correct.
Through your worship. Yeah, so if those calls come into Huronia and contact our overnight staff, our lead hands, we have, I think, 3 or 4 gentlemen on our night staff right now that do issue tickets, and they do actively every night. They are out and they will ticket. That was sort of pushed by Dylan and myself to make sure that those tickets are being written. So we are pushing forward on that. I don't recall any calls coming in from Huronia to our staff to go look at a parked car. But if that's something that we could definitely look at, and if those calls come in, we can actually have our staff do that because they do have our calls for our on-call phone and for lead hands on at night.
Super. I wouldn't expect to pull someone out of bed to go and put a ticket on a car, but if they're already working and driving around and maybe missed that one. So that might be just a CXO initiative to communicate to folks that here's a method to get a hold of bylaw for parking complaints and other things that we've given the power to the roads folks to do. Maybe that's just a shore up for 2024. I think we all know we're taking a great big punch in the face on revenues for 2024. There's just no way around that. We're going to have to eat that while we come up with version 2.0 for how we're going to generate revenue from parking, or if we choose to, or just want to keep adding it to the tax bill. My one last thing for handing over is I know we do enforcement at the hospital. I didn't know that until I got that complaint that you and I copied, John, from someone who deserved a ticket. Anyway, I didn't realize that. So, I mean, is that another revenue opportunity? Are we routinely patrolling the hospital and, looking for ways to enforce the rules that we're being paid to enforce on hospital grounds?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do enforce, but that's due to a private property arrangement that we've entered into with them. And that happened, I believe it was after last summer, they were, Mr. Lawson, the CEO over there, was noticing more vehicles parked illegally. So we've tried, and the students were out there actively. So we've tried to continue that, even after we lose those students. So we try to be there a few times a day, and it's appreciated because some people are going to the emergency room and parking in the fire route, which is not appropriate.
Agreed. It's a good revenue stream and it's, it's a fire route. Not supposed to park in it. So anyway, that's good to hear. So, I mean, there is some revenues trickling in, but I think we can all understand why, we're taking it on the chin for this year. So Councillor Meredith and Councillor Ball.
Just a comment that on the revenue side of it and loss of parking revenues. From the report we got, we were at the time of the report we got on parking revenues, we were $250,000 in the hole. So we were actually not losing, stopping the program. We're actually stopping the bleeding. So so when you're talking about parking revenues and we're taking a hit on it, this council stopped the bleeding so we can revisit this, get a better parking system in place to make money. So, although what you're saying may sound, that it's, it seems like everything's directed at council and we wanted to end the program. We ended the program for savings and to fix the problem. So, and that's where we're going to go forward, and it's going to cost us money to fix the problem, but we should be able to pay for, the bylaw should pay for itself once we get this fixed. And I'm convinced of it. I've talked to other municipalities, that it's a revenue stream and we shouldn't have to come back to bylaw in the same way, looking at these decreases in revenue and so forth. So I'm positive that this, by the end of our term, we'll fix this problem. Thank you.
Right. And just to be clear, there's two paths of revenue. One is direct revenue from people paying for parking or permits or what have you. And the other is for the people that choose not to pay and get fines. So because we don't have the ability to even fine people right now for parking more than 2 hours, because there's no bylaw against that. It's the honor system right now. So that's what I'm referring to in the loss of revenue, is that we can't issue tickets for something that's free and we have no ability to enforce. So that's 2024 is going to be an ugly year for this one. And with any luck, next year we'll have probably some capital to spend, but also be looking at a new revenue stream that after we pay off the initial capital expense of whatever version 2.0 looks like, we can start to rely on that a bit more. But to your point, we do have that expectation that bylaw is busy out there putting miles on the new truck or whatever it is you end up with and burning gas and racking up the tickets to our residents. The ones that deserve them, of course. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to make note that maybe we shouldn't be labeling a number as an emergency number. I know that if I'm calling about a parked car, I'm not going to call an emergency number. So unless we're thinking that the 5 people watching today are going to get the word out, we should probably label that on our website better. Also, I think that I'd like to get away from parking entirely. Like our entire focus on bylaw is parking. There are municipalities that don't even offer paid parking at all, and they seem to be making a profit off of their bylaw department. So I would like to see. I mean, we had an entire conversation about someone feeding animals in the park, which is against a bylaw. There are other bylaws that we could be looking at to make revenue sources. Parking is absolutely not the make, end, and be all of the bylaw department. So I would like to focus away from that and look at our other bylaws. I realize we're going to revamp them. So during that revamp, maybe we could possibly see which of these bylaws can we actually make revenue off of without thinking about parking.
Great, and I think that's coming. But I mean, just keeping this in context, the 6 people a year, and that may be a gross overstatement, that might get a ticket for feeding a goose in Little Lake Park pales by comparison to 5,000 to 10,000, parking infractions and permits and other things that we could make revenues off of. So I wouldn't put them on the same line as, we've lost one, so I expect you to make it up on the other. Like we just couldn't hammer our residents enough to make up the loss for parking. So I think dismissing parking, you know, even though we love or hate talking about it, in comparison to other minor infractions that happen infrequently in our town is, you know, I think we got to keep things in context.
Yeah,
Just my thoughts
absolutely.
on it.
I'm not negating parking. I'm just saying there are municipalities that make money off bylaw that do offer free parking. So we're just avoiding that topic completely is what I'm saying.
Yes, the P word, as it were. We'll stop calling it parking. Councillor McDonald.
I would like to move that the tax-supported 2024 budget bylaw be approved in principle.
Well, unfortunately, Councillor Bald already beat you to that. Seconded by Councillor East. So if there's no more, is there any more discussion on this one, or? I know we could, it always, anything to do with parking always drags us down the rabbit hole. All right, all those in favor? You opposed? It's carried. Madam CEO.
Through your worship, I wondered if it was possible if we took a 5-minute break at this point in time.
It's a perfect time for a little bio break and a leg
Thank you.
stretch. Absolutely. Folks online will be back in I say 5 minutes, but it never comes back in 5 minutes. So I'm still going to say 5 minutes, but it might be closer to 9. Yeah, good to go. Okay, welcome back, everybody. That's 5 minutes, but that's the metric 5 minutes. We are now at the budget for culture, tourism, and harbor.
Good morning, everyone. So for community culture and harbor, our division's the culture and community division. We focus on economic and community development through tourism and special events, partnerships with local stakeholders, and also celebrating the area's culture, while also management of the harbor. Our successes for last year, we're running all of our regular events again. We had the Kids Fishing Derby, Ontario's Best Butter Tart Festival, Canada Day celebrations, the Tug Festival. We also work with third-party event organizers who want to have events that are open to the public or where they're inviting the public to participate on municipal property. We also work with attracting cruise lines and work with our local tourism stakeholders to develop exciting and memorable shore excursions. This past year, we had an additional cruise ship join us from the Pona Cruise Line, and we're in talks to have them come back again this year, at least for one visit. So, but it's a start. And we also commissioned public art in the community, and we did some vinyl wraps on some of the utility boxes, and we commissioned some new murals for Little Lake Park and the harbor. And we've also completed some infrastructure upgrades at the Midland Harbor. For this coming year, again, continuing to plan all of our popular events and coordinate with the third-party event organizers, continue to work with the cruise lines. We also we're proposing to bring back the Music in the Park and also a brand new Midland Mural Festival. We'll be implementing the municipal accommodation tax, which actually starts tomorrow. And we'll continue to grow and foster our partnerships in the community. The Cultural Alliance, their staff report to me, but their budget is through the ABCs, and you'll be hearing from them tomorrow. And we'll also be working to complete the infrastructure upgrades and promote the harbor as well.
Lovely. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Can you tell me where the money for the kids zone went for Butter Tart Fest?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, last year when we were planning the 2023 budget and the 2023 budget Butter Tart Festival, we were thinking that we were going to have to run our own kids zone. And what we had done is we put the money in the budget for that. But then when we were going through our vendor applications, we had a vendor who was interested in running the kids zone, taking care of all the tickets. So we went that option. So that eliminated that cost from the budget for us.
Did we get any money from that at all?
So working. Yeah. I clicked a couple times before I started to talk.
I think you got the sketchy one there. It's got good clear view of the ceiling receiver, but
All right. Through to Councillor Ball, that company that came into the Kids Zone for Butter Tart Festival, we charged them as we would a vendor. We charged them a little higher price because they took a large footprint in the park area.
So we didn't make a profit off of anything that they made. I don't see the value or the, I guess, rationale behind that. Obviously, we're going to charge them larger amount for a larger footprint, but if they're making all this money off of our residents, we're not gaining any of that back. I don't understand the rationale behind that.
Through to Councillor Ball. We saw the staff, we saw the rationale because they're bringing something to the festival that we didn't have to organize. It took away from staff that we would have to find a company to bring in these rides, these activities. We didn't have to staff them. And just like any other vendor that would be in the festival, after we take their vendor application fees, we don't take a portion of any of their sales. So we've never had a kid zone at the festival before. It was just something we really wanted to try and draw the family crowd out, and it was quite popular.
Absolutely, I agree. My kids loved it. I would just like to see that money stay in Midland for that type of thing, but I understand now. Thank you. And I also just had a next question with the contract cleaning services. We do this when staffing levels are reduced. I'm hoping maybe you can clarify that we have looked at the option of keeping an additional staff on as opposed to contracting that service, and I guess what the savings are on that, if there are any.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball. Our when the Labor Day weekend comes, we lose most of our summer staff. They stay for some of the weekends, but then the harbor master's on his own. To have the harbor master come in and clean all the washrooms multiple times throughout the day, in addition to closing down the harbor and taking care of their day-to-day is a lot. So we've contracted this company to come in and clean the washrooms to assist him. If we could keep the students throughout the year, that'd be great, but they do go back to school.
Maybe just pick up on that point about, keeping percentages of revenues and whatnot. This is a rhetorical question, but when we host events on our property, like the Rib Fest, for example, I'm assuming we don't demand or request a percentage of their revenues. We're simply the beneficiaries of their event and the sort of spin-off, trickle down, if you will, economics of having an event like that in our community. We don't demand any type of gate fee or percentage.
To Mayor Gordon, there's a special event application fee if you want to have an event on municipal property. There's also fees associated if there's a road closure or they need any assistance from operations. But otherwise, no, we don't ask RibFest to give us a portion of their fees. There's a great economic spin-off of having those larger events coming to our community. The downtown merchants, I think, can speak to some of those events and how it benefits them. And of course, for our accommodations, having people coming, stay overnight, restaurants.
It makes sense. And the councillor's Ball's point, if we had the staff and the ability and the budget to actually run these things in-house, there could be a potential for us to actually make some revenues off of it. But even with an event as large and as well known as Butter Tart, we don't make revenues at the end of the day on that directly from the event. It would be awesome if it even paid for itself, but it doesn't. It's just kind of the cost of doing business when you want to host an event like that. And I do appreciate your comments too, because I know we had a conversation a couple meetings ago about, I think primarily it was about one specific applicant who was really keen and kind of passing over his event to the town to take on and run, which led to that policy and the discussion around it, that we are open for business and happy to host anybody with an idea and funding and the staffing of their own to use our facilities and to host events, and we'll be willing participants, although there may be fees involved for road closures and things, to your point, but that we are not receiving applications to take on any other signature events right now because we just don't have the wherewithal to do it. And I think that was an important point you noted. We work and host events in our community and gladly welcome with open arms events like that. One World Music Festival is the one I'm referring to, but that without a really strong business case to turn it into a town hosted event and the budget that goes with it, we have reduced ourselves or keep ourselves as host community, providing the wraparound support services, but not actually running the event. That's a fair synopsis. Great, because I'll tell you that meeting, I got feedback from it that it sounded like we were being very insular and, basically go away. We just have our own things. And that's not the impression that I wanted anyone to be left with. we love and welcome these events, even if they're not direct revenue streams for us. They serve our community and they bring non-residents into our community to enjoy it and hopefully fall in love with it as we are. More of a statement than a question. Councillor Ball. And then to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I just wanted to make note of what you're saying with having additional staff. We did approve an additional staff last year. So I guess I'm a little disappointed to see that families are still being expected to pay for events within our events, Canada Day included. Other municipalities are offering free bouncy castles, free barbecues. I'm just wondering how they're able to fit it into their budget when all the events that we are planning, we are still asking our residents to pay for things.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, if you want us to eliminate the fee for the wristbands for Canada Day, we can certainly remove that from the budget. Butter Tart Festival is a free event. There's no admission fee. Canada Day, there's no admission fee to go up to the event other than if you want to go to on the rides. Tug Fest has no admission fee. When we have tall ships every 3 years, there is an admission fee. We try to keep it fairly reasonable. It's about $10 a person. The tall ships are quite expensive for us to bring in. That's why we do charge a fee for that one.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. Just in terms of Canada Day, it's a walkthrough with vendors. And the only thing that we are giving is families is a kid zone, and that does require money. So I don't want to eliminate all of our funding sources. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why, in comparison to other municipalities, do we not already offer that? And why are we not able to offer free events like other municipalities surrounding us do? What is different in Midland that we cannot do that?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, the only time we charge event fees would be for Canada Day. And if you don't want us to charge that, we won't. It'll just be part of our operating budget. We don't offset the entire cost of having those rides come in with the fees. It's just a small little bit that that contributes to it.
I'll just remind everybody listening that when we talk about free things, nothing's free. Someone's paying for it. So if we offer everything free, it just means raise the taxes. Money's got to come from somewhere. Even the people that bought these bouncy castles, for example, they may choose to donate them here and there for things, but the expectation is that they buy this stuff to monetize it unless they're independently wealthy. So the notion of free feels good. And why do the other municipalities offer things for free? Well, I would counter with it's not free. The taxpayers of municipalities are offsetting that. So we have that choice right now. We can start adding stuff to our tax or not cut as much, and then we'll call it free. And we've had this conversation around parking. God, I wasn't going to say that word again, but again, nothing is free. So it feels good, but it isn't real. It is not true. Councillor
Sorry,
McDonald.
I will not say free then.
That we'll add that to another word. It'll be the F word. We got the P word and the F word now. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. The salary and benefits line, how many full-time employees is that?
In our salaries and benefits line? Okay, sorry. Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor McDonald, our salaries and benefits include 3 full-time and also 1 full-time seasonal. And then we also have our summer students who work at the harbor and help us with some of our special events.
3 full-time, 1 part-time seasonal,
Yes,
and summer
and
students?
summer students.
Okay, that's quite a complement of employees, so I have 2 more questions, if I may. The striving to attract additional cruise lines and develop new shoreline excursions, is that proven to be lucrative for the town?
To Councillor McDonald, it's the benefit of the cruise lines coming in is for our community stakeholders. Primarily, they're going to the local historical attractions. They're paying admission fees to go there. They're also walking in the downtown core. They're shopping at our local businesses. Having them come to, Midland is one of the only communities that could be possible. Well, actually, we're recognized as possibly the only turnaround port on Georgian Bay because of our proximity to the city of Toronto and the airport. if we start to become a turnaround port, that will mean more additional revenues coming into our community because people will be staying overnight in hotels. They'll be eating in our restaurants. They'll be shopping. Such as if you were going on a cruise somewhere, you flew somewhere, you would stay overnight before you got on the cruise that morning. That's the type of revenue that we're hoping will start to generate in Midland as we continue to develop cruises.
I'll, not convinced, but I'm interested in watching it develop. And if I made one more question, I'm glad to see that you refer to coordinating with third-party event organizations. We had that discussion at the previous council meeting. And then the mayor just mentioned a business case for town-sponsored event. So how would one present a business case? Would it be to council or to the culture, community, and harbor staff?
To Councillor McDonald, I think they would want to bring a report to council, a request to council, and then council could refer it back to staff and we could make our report about it and make a recommendation.
Thank you.
Maybe just in follow-up to Councillor McDonald, good question about the revenue for cruise ships. One of the service level changes we're going to be talking about later is like a passenger fee, right? So I mean, it's not a material change, but it's something rather than nothing. And as you see in the justification, many port communities charge it, some to one degree or another, and some don't. But again, free, it just equals subsidized. So it's that's something we can talk about later, but it would be a little bit beyond the spill-off, the spin-off type of revenues we get in our community, and all the ship gawkers and the people that just love coming down and seeing them and taking pictures, and it attracts a lot of buzz, even when the freighters come in, as you know. So us being a busy, active port, I think is a good aspiration. And as we build out Midland Bay Landing and fix that shoreline where we can actually house maybe more than one of these behemoths in our harbor at once, we could really start to see the economic drivers.
If I may, just to also, someplace in the budget, there's the request for water, quite an expense for water. So that would certainly have to be justified. I think it's a little premature, but we'll talk about that when we get there.
Yep, absolutely. And we're not giving them free water. They're paying for that, but we don't have the capacity to do that right now. So you're right. Is that juice worth the squeeze? That's the question we continually visit over and over again. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you. Just looking at the we're on butter tart here, and this is going to the which we'll be discussing later on with the fee schedule for vendors. There's an increase right now of $25 for over 2023, $25 increase. I've always talking to local businesses and so forth. I've always felt that the fees are low for that particular day and the volume of people coming in. How do you justify the is this how do you come to this fee schedule for vendors coming to the festival? And have you looked at increasing it, almost doubling that fee, or would that deter from vendors coming? So we don't, it's kind of it's a balancing act. We don't want to decrease our vendors, but we also want to make sure that because they are taking revenues away from the downtown merchants. And I sit on the BIA, and it's not their, and a lot of people, Ribfest, they do a lot better with Ribfest than they do on butter tart. Mainly because the street's not closed, but we still have tons of people coming for Ribfest, and they get a break, they go up. So we see the sales, not all businesses, but the majority I talk to, sales are up for Ribfest, down for butter tart. And I feel that butter tart, people that I know closely in business, it's a good exposure for them. But at the same time, with the revenues for these booths, just want to see if I don't feel the $25 increase in some of these is sufficient enough, but maybe you can give me the rationale on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. we went before pre-pandemic, we had our fees for the Butter Tart Festival. When we started to have the festival again, we kept them the same. Now we're starting to increase them gradually. I don't think we could go from $200 to $400 in one big jump. So it's something we'll be looking at every year is to gradually increase. But as you said, we have to find that right spot where we're going to be able to keep attracting the quality vendors that we do want, but we're not going to be able to price them out of the market. You know, it is a street festival. The vendors do make, you know, they add to the atmosphere and the excitement of the day. And the majority of, like a quarter of them are Butter Tart vendors, and it is a Butter Tart festival. So we do need them. But yeah, I know what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but it's just finding that right spot, but also doing that jump gradually.
Thank you. And I always tell businesses that it's great exposure for Millen. And it's that person that's going to come back because they saw your store, and that is huge. So, and a lot of small retail and restaurant businesses, they don't have the advertising dollar to get the best bang for their bucks. So that's the rationale I do for Butter Tart. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the you talked about 3 full-time staff members, 1 full-time seasonal. And I think that one of your staff members, because on my list here, and I don't know if it was updated. I didn't get an updated list of the staffing, but one got your booking and events coordinators now in the finance department. Is that not correct?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councilor Emeritus, the booking coordinator from the rec center is now under finance. She's not with me. So my department, is yeah. No, that wasn't, that was, she was someone who was employed at the rec center. That was not under my division. My division is myself, our tourism and special event planner. We have an event coordinator. It's a similar title, but it's different tasks. The booking coordinator was booking the facility at the rec center, not working on special events for the town. And then our part-time seasonal is the harbor master. Oh, sorry, full-time seasonal is the harbor master.
Okay, so right now it's yourself, Miss Major, and Miss Cascanet are your 3 employees plus your full-time.
Through Council Emeritus, Miss Forja is our event coordinator. Ms. Cascanet is our the cultural development coordinator hired by the Cultural Alliance and paid for by the Cultural Alliance. She reports to me. As a Cultural Alliance, as a committee, she needs a manager. So she reports to me, but she's paid for by the Cultural Alliance, and that will be part of the ABCs tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
A small but mighty team. Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. This question, Mayor Gordon, might be addressed to the CFO in regards to the 28% increase, $212 in the budget. Would you attribute that to the transfers, the independent transfers? Like, is that a good example?
Through your worship, to Councillor McDonald. Yes, I mean, that is, and actually that's true from all of these departments, right? Because we took those corporate services costs and made that budget 0, all of those costs have been distributed to the various departments. And so in every summary that we're looking at, you're going to see those large variances from 23 to 24 budget. Next year, you won't see that, right? Because it will already be there in 24 budget. So when, but yes, I mean, if you look at the various line items, most of the variances, and again, sometimes an 80% variance looks big, but it's a $400 change, right? On fuel, for example. And so just kind of scanning it quickly, our revenues went up 135,000 in total. Right, so that's good. Most of that is fees, charges, and rentals. That's good. And when I'm just looking at the expense lines, our program costs did go up, which I can certainly give some more detail on in a moment. That would be the MAT. And so that's again, you kind of have to know the sort of the intricacies of how this works. So the fees, charges, and rentals, the revenue went up because we've got the new MAT tax in there, right? Which is the significant, and again, if I actually looked at the notes, it would tell me that. I'm looking at the numbers instead of the notes. So as much as we've got the new MAT tax, we've then got those costs distributed throughout the budget. And so actually, I think most of that is either in program costs, which is our payment to the county, because we have to pay them half of whatever we collect needs to go to the county for their tourism program. And then the other half we've added to transfer to reserve. And that's because we don't yet have a plan in place of how those funds will be spent. But so to answer your question, yes. The bottom line did go up because of those interdepartmental charges.
So yeah, and just while we're talking about Matt, that committee has yet to form, and the deal struck with the hoteliers for their support was that they would have a voice in the direction of those funds, even though that, you know, they don't commit, they make the recommendations to council and staff. So that's why, I mean, it's going live February 1st. Was that today? It's live today, tomorrow. Ahead of myself here, yeah, tomorrow. Speaking of that, are we ready with the point of presence display cards for their for displaying on their front desks with a QR code or something that links people back to a page on our website that explains the rationale for the tax? Just so we don't, it's funny, it was on CBC this morning. They were talking about how it's being misimplemented down in Niagara Falls, and no one can explain what it's used for, and everyone has contradictory information, so they end up reversing it, and it's just the whole thing's a dumpster fire down there and met with a lot of distrust. And our goal, of course, is to roll this out not like that. So I just wanted to satisfy myself and the people watching that, yes, we're ready to go for tomorrow. And there is a landing page on our website that explains it all. So I can get up to speed on it too, so I can be preaching from the same hymn book.
To Mayor Gordon, yes, all the letters that they had to post, the information they needed to post with the link, the QR code to our webpage was sent to them via mail and via email to the hotels and motels in December. In early January, we had a meeting with ORMA, so they would all learn how to use the platform where they have to remit the tax. They've all been given access to create their accounts. We have a webpage that's been live since December talking about the municipal accommodation tax. The terms of reference, I've drafted them to bring to the committee when it is formed. I've sent the committee application to the hotels and motels to inviting them to apply and submit their application. The council will appoint them. I've also approached a few attractions and invited them to submit, because we'll have spaces for attractions as well. I've also been meeting with the county to talk about how, because they'll be implementing some of the funds that we have, how we can get going on that, and their agreements in front of their legal department right now.
Bravo, you've exceeded my expectations, because I know the timelines were tight and we had to push this back for a little bit to go live. So well done, and I look forward to, I'll probably drop by a hotel and try it out for myself and give it a test drive and start promoting that. One little note that differs from what we originally learned, assuming this is still the case, this MAT tax applies to, normally applies to residents. Not that there's that many residents that stay in our hotels, except, you know, if their house burned down or something, but typically it's not a place you vacation when you live here. So is that still the case where this is going to apply to residents? Okay, yeah, because the alternative was we'd be the only community that has MAT, that it doesn't apply to residents, but that differs from how we originally were talking about this, implementing it. So I think that's the only one different thing. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Other than that, it's as instructed.
Yes, thanks. To Mayor Gordon, yes, that's true. Because it's called a transient tax, there was some confusion that did not apply to residents. It does. However, anyone who books a stay at a hotel for 30 days or more is exempt from paying the municipal accommodation tax. There's also exemptions as an emergency shelter. So we have those all in the bylaw.
Fantastic. All right, any more discussion on this one? We'll call the question. So moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Meredith, that the tax supported 2024 budget for culture, tourism, and harbor be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And 11:33, so lunch is probably still noonish. 12:30, okay, we got an hour, fantastic. So up next is engineering.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I think most of you understand, most of council understands what we do in engineering, but for anybody listening in at home that has any kind of questions on what exactly we do, I know engineering is a vague term. So at the town, we're looking after all of the major capital projects, transportation projects, the big water, wastewater projects. We also manage the development engineering side of the planning process to support the growth department, entrance permits, traffic calming, as well as our mobile mapping that multiple departments utilize in the town. So there's a lot of different things that fall under engineering. Kind of go over some highlights, some plans for 24. We spoke about a little bit yesterday with the Young Street project. So we want to complete the design on that one and hopefully get out to tender later this year for a 25 construction. We have the aeration upgrades at the wastewater plant that the design is finalized. We're just waiting for our ECA from the Ministry of Environment. So that'll allow us to tender that very shortly, go to construction this year. And then the Headworks project, which is shortly behind it, will finalize the design this year and hopefully go out for tender later this year for a 25 construction. We've also got a couple other projects in the works in the design. This is a very design heavy year for us. We've got studies going out for water towers, things like that. We have one project on Harborview. We have to twin a water main and as well as prep for some intersection improvements over there. So a lot of projects on the go. The next slide, you'll see our operating budget, and I'm here if you have any questions about anything we have going on.
Councilor Meredith.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one question. It pertains to the Young Street project. And I did come to the meeting down in the library, and I guess it was in the fall. And a lot of the residents that I spoke were probably from Young Street residents, right? Concerned with the traffic trying to get onto Young Street since they went from 4 lanes to 2. And I know the official plan it has the bike lanes, and you know where I'm going with this. So is there any thoughts of going back to a 4-lane in that design, 4-lane system, or is it possible, or does the official plan have to get redone? But I'll let you speak to that. Thank you.
Sure. Through your worship to Councilor Meredith. Yeah, so that was one of the options when we heard that a lot from residents at that PIC. Like I said yesterday, we'll be back probably in March to council to talk about this, get endorsement on the design. Is it an option to, I'll call it, go backwards to 4 lanes? Yes and no. Council has the authority to make a decision like that, but it may require other things like transportation master plan updates, official plan updates, things like that. So it's really would be looked at as a service level change. It's a service we have today, bike lanes, and do we want to take that service away and go back to a more car dominant road structure? So as part of that, we'd have to also justify that roadway has the traffic needs to support a 4-lane. So we'd have to do some additional traffic studies to justify that. We have some traffic volumes and speeds in there now, but we'd have to go out to a traffic specific consultant to verify what does that mean? Does that mean intersection upgrades and things like that? So this is something that we'll have a chance to talk about again. And I think at next time on that council, maybe that's the time to ask those questions.
I suspect you and I picked the same design option of those boards. Anyway, we're looking forward to seeing that and the results. Well, actually, one of them was a compromise. It was kind of a neat one, meet in the middle. Unintended. Speaking of this stuff, your street light, I'm just talking to it because it's pulled out and goes over to the IT side. Are you finding good value in the street light data that we're collecting from this service? Which, for those of you who don't know it, it's not actually from the street lights, it's from your phones. Big Brother, same kind of data that trickles from your phone to update Google Maps and Waze about where you are and how fast you're traveling. We buy access to that kind of data for other analysis. Are you finding value in that subscription? And have you made it? I didn't see a request to bump up to the next level, but is it working out for us?
Through you to council, Mayor Gordon. So that actually is the only, call it IT subscription that still is in this budget. You'll see in the software support and licensing with the Note 6
that is left in our engineering budget because it's engineering specific. It's not one that anybody else uses. So that's what that 18,500 is. We've hit a bit of a snag with them, and we actually didn't renew in 2023. Late 22, they hit a data snag, and with confidentiality with the province and the federal governments, and we weren't getting any new data. The latest data that I have is April 2022. So they're working on their workarounds and whatnot to get us the data. And they had committed to having it by 23. They didn't get it to us, and I basically drew the line and said, well, I'm not paying the invoice until I see that I'm getting value for it. So the data that we were getting, yes, was valuable. Like the snap of a finger, we could analyze, get a lot more information. We could see the path, the traffic patterns through town. It was doing exactly what it was advertised to do for us. So we've left it in the budget in the event that they get their data figured out, they find another way to do it that is happy with the upper governments, and I would continue to do it if I can get the same information out of it. But if it never comes to fruition, then it's a different story. So you will see that in 23 as a surplus. We didn't spend that money.
That's fair. So then we may reasonably also see it in 24 as a surplus if they don't get their virtual acts together.
Exactly.
Good to hear. Thank you. Councillor Ball and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to that a little bit. The Active Transportation Committee, they're researching options similar to that, I guess. I'm hoping that it's different, that install camera boxes in school zones, and they do the initial installation as well as the upkeep costs, and then they share the revenue with the town. Is that the same company that we're currently using that is having these issues, or is that a different company? And have they reached out to you and been able to talk to them about that, what they've had and what they've found out?
Through your Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, are you referring to the one that we've previously talked about with or no?
No, I haven't been able to lobby the Ontario government for that one yet. So we're not talking about that. Just the Active Transportation Company shared with me that they have been researching a company that installs these boxes in school zones as well as deals with the upkeep. So I don't have anything other than that. That's all I've been privy to, but that might be something worth looking into. I was just wondering if it was the same company, but it's obviously not. So if they've found an alternative solution, that might be good to touch base with them.
I think you're talking about automated speed enforcement, where people get tickets for speeding through community safety zones and whatnot, which typically are school zones. So
Yeah, it also collects data.
Right. So that report on automated speed enforcement, which is something I agree with you. I think that's a revenue source. And also if it isn't a revenue source, even if it breaks even, it changes driving behaviors in town. It's a passive way of traffic calming, and there's a fine for, not obeying the law. There's a couple of ways to go with that with these program called AMPS, Administrative Monetary Penalties Program, and there's 2 streams that have to be set up. All of this is actively being worked on by Ms. Bunn right now, trying to get us into a pilot program with a couple of different options, so we can expect to see a report coming to council with options. And there's no money in the budget per se on this right now, because it's expected that it wouldn't cost us anything to go live with initially. It would be minimal. But we're going to see that coming, I would expect, in the spring. Ms. Bunn, approximate time frame. I know you're working on this for us, and that's why it's not in the budget as a service level and enhancement right now.
So through your worship, there have been a few meetings that have occurred, and I know that Mr. Sobel has also attended those meetings. So we're continuing to meet to see what our options could be, and we will be bringing back a staff report.
That's good, because I definitely want to see that this year. And it doesn't take that long to implement, but there has to be some decisions made on which program we go with. The one from the LAS, which is endorsed by AMO, or some other third party, or we tag team onto another municipality. Councillor Ball?
Thank you for that information. Maybe we want to just touch base with our committee so that we're all on the same page.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. I'm inquiring about note 2 regarding the professional and contract services. It says it's moving the annual traffic calming costs from capital to operating. But then ongoing Midland Bay landing consulting costs. Was that not on another line someplace? Already a charge there? I thought we talked about that yesterday, but are we double dipping here?
Through you, Mayor Gordon, Councillor McDonald. So, no, we're not double dipping. To answer the first part of the question, the traffic calming up until this year had been a capital item year over year. Now we have the policy set up. It wasn't suited to be in the capital budget. It's a year over year cost for small things like signage and line paint and stuff like that. So it was moved to the operating budget. The $20,000 is in for upkeep of the fencing of Midland Bay Landing. With the completion of the record of site condition for that site and the contamination around the site, we have a requirement to have a portion of that property fenced, fully fenced. And we've been having challenge with vandalism. We've repaired this fence dozens of times and it keeps getting vandalized. So this is a $20,000 ongoing for us to continue to repair this fence. We have an obligation to repair it. We have a certificate of property use issued to us from the Ministry of Environment. So if we were to decide to not spend that money, we're at risk of coming in and getting a slap on the wrists and fines from the Ministry of Environment.
Just a comment.
Just while we're talking the fence, are we talking about that one that's where people fish on the demonstration promenade? That one that's most of the time laying on the grass, and not that one. This is like a real fence somewhere.
Yes, this is the chain link fence around the old Uniman lands. So originally the ministry wanted the entire property fully fenced. We negotiated with them to argue that not the whole site needs it, and they agreed, and we narrowed the fencing down to the smallest possible footprint. But yeah, it's that old Uniman land that used to have the big yellow gates and whatnot in front of it. We've replaced the gates and they keep getting broken, and sections of the fence behind the trees get holes cut in them and whatnot. So yeah, it's that section right beside Central Marine.
Thanks. And while we're talking about that temporary fence, the one that's quite often flopped over and really doesn't serve any purpose because you can go around either side of it. Are we renting that, or do we own that fence? One that's by the demonstration promenade, keeps people from wandering into the poison ivy. It's like event fencing. Need the right angle at an angle, or yeah, the light went out again. It's having trouble seeing the little receiver thing on the roof there for some reason.
Sorry. Mayor, I know the fence that you're speaking to. Yeah, we do set it back up every so often. I don't know where that fence originally came from. I have not signed off any kind of APs for rental of the fence or anything because I was curious on who was paying for that. So where it's originated from, I have no clue because it was before I came. So we do own it. We do own the fence. So okay. So I just wanted to make I haven't signed anything that we're paying for it. So
and does it serve any purpose? I mean, it's actually kind of ridiculous when I go down there and see it, but just wondering if it serves a purpose. If not, we could reclaim it and perhaps use it for Butter Tart Festival or other things like that.
yeah, we definitely could. I know that it is blocking a few trip hazards that are down there, but we did eliminate a lot of those trip hazards last year. We sent staff down to cut off some of the rebar that was sticking out and stuff like that. So we could definitely take a look at, maybe closing that gap, maybe using half that fence down there and properly securing it too.
All right, thanks. It's kind of nonsensical having it there. I chuckle to myself every time I'm down with the coffee, like, oh, there's a fence laying down again. you know. Sorry, while we're on the topic of that, there's still the sign by the promenade that depicts the current official plan for Midland Bay Landing that we now know is no longer valid. The next, and it's a security screw to get access to that. Would it be too much to ask to have somebody remove that depiction and just leave it either empty or something new coming soon or whatever? Just, I have had calls on it from people that thought that this was, you know, not happening anymore, and they're right. Why is that sign still there? It's just a small little housekeeping matter. Just thought, as long as we're talking about Midland Bay Landing.
Absolutely, we could do that. Would you like, a stay tuned sign underneath there or something like that? Just
You guys be creative with it.
right on.
Right, coming soon,
Yeah.
to be re-envisioned, put a town ad in there if you want,
Okay.
a map of the town, whatever you'd like to do, but
Sounds good.
okay, awesome.
Here's your new announcement board.
Have to change it all the time though. Anyway, I digress. All right, any other questions on this budget document? Okey doke. So moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Prost, that the tax supported 2024 budget for engineering be approved in principle. Those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Oh, operations. Always a light subject here.
All right. Through your worship, to members of council. So yeah, operations again is your corporate assets, including facilities, fleet, roads, parks, and public works, with some initiatives coming up this year to finish. On the fleet side of thing, we've switched over to Geotab. So we'll see some expenses there to complete installing on all vehicles. We're due for a street light and traffic signal maintenance contract renewal. And in Little Lake Park, there'll be continuous upgrades we spoke to yesterday. We have a couple road repairs and resurfacing projects and a route optimization study. Yeah. So happy to take any questions.
Who's starting with road optimization study? Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just had a quick question about the protective equipment. Yeah, all of that we were talking about having vending machines with those to decrease the cost of materials and eliminate the waste of some of those products. I see that we are down, not a lot, 4%, but is that because of that, or can we expect to see that we're going to have more savings in the coming years if those are rolled out? I just haven't heard an update, I guess, on those and wanted to know where they're at because I thought it was a extremely unique and well thought out plan.
Through your worship to Councillor Ball. Sorry, which line were you referring to?
The protective clothing uniform subscriptions, that line. I know that we were talking about having protective equipment and vending machines to eliminate that waste, and I'm just wondering where we're at with that.
Yeah, and essentially that would be savings in terms of staff time and fuel, less transportation, having to travel to stores, right? Those resources are now available right on site. So it's not as if you would see savings in terms of the material usage itself. They're still being generally used at the same level. They're just readily accessible now. So your savings is in other ways. Yeah.
And have those all been rolled out then, or are we doing that still?
Your worship to Councillor Ball, yeah, machines we still have in use. Again, there's a shop or fleet specific one, and then a separate one for sort of the field staff. Both of them are still in operation, and both of them, we had started with the help of Kim and procurement there with a certain amount of products, and we still have yet to max them out, even the total space. So we're still slowly adding what makes sense to add in there and have readily available right on site.
Perfect. Thank you for that update. I just thought that was a unique thing to have, and I really like the idea. So I wanted to know where we're at with that.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is in regards to the professional and contracted services, note 4. It's for over $1 million, the request. And it's for the plow route optimizer study that is also referred to in note 1 as a revenue. So I need some clarification. That's a lot of money for a study. And with all your new equipment, would that be taken into that was approved? I would just like some clarification on, enlighten me, please.
Through your worship to Council McDonald, yeah, it's noted twice essentially because it's in note 1, speaking to the fact that it's a one-time increase in withdrawal from reserve to fund what is then noted in note 4. So that's why you're seeing it noted twice. But essentially what that is it's something Midland hasn't done here in a while, right? It's really the first step to try to determine, are you sending out your drivers on sidewalks and roads in the most efficient manner? Are they traveling, like what type of routes again are going to optimize their time and performance? You have industry standards say that are, roughly between 20-25 kilometers, or sorry, kilometers of say that that tends to be the industry standard for, say, a single route of a sidewalk, individual operator for an 8-hour day. Whereas we have routes that are people sometimes up to 34, 35, 36 kilometers even per route. So we have routes that are over and beyond the industry standard. But for us to make an informed decision on, coming back to council, say, do we need to increase our staffing levels? Do we need to increase our equipment levels? All of that, those types of requests are done following a study like this so that you can make an informed decision and request. So again, it would focus on both roads and sidewalks. And it's again why it's listed as sort of a one-time expense. It's not something you do every year. You do it every, it depends on how much growth a municipality has seen, say, and best of our records, I think it's been close to a decade since it's been done here.
I can't support spending $1 million for that kind of study at this point in time. For some reason, I think that it's probably could be part of your job description.
Just a correction, it's 50,000. The entirety of the line that you're referring to there would be inclusive of all professional contracted services across all areas within operations. This optimization study is just the $50,000 one-time column there.
Thanks for that clarification. I should read all the columns, I guess. I'm still doubtful, not convinced that spending 50,000 is wise at this time. Thank you.
Is it safe to assume that now that we have GPSs and Track My Plow and all our devices, even though we exposed data to the public that's, behind, so it's not real time, we have the real time data and we'll use that data to inform the study, right? So it's not just a think tank dreaming up new routes. It's going to be evidence-based, based on time spent, speeds traveled, effectiveness. Sometimes we get complaints that sidewalk plows, I've had couple correspondence with you where people complain they're going too fast and that the plow's bouncing and bucking wildly because they're just booking it. I don't know if that's because they got to get home on time or because we have a route that's absurdly long for the amount of hours they have to work, and the expectation is they finish their route before they go home. So these kind of studies and the data we have from these new GPS units, I expect will work hand in hand. Is that a fair statement?
Your worship, yeah, it definitely is. Yep, and it's a good point. It's exactly one of the reasons why you would do a study like this is if you're
asking operators to do far more than is an industry standard say, then they're more likely to speed. They're more likely to cut corners to try to get it done, and that's not what we want. But so that would be a big yes.
Yeah, or smoke people's lawns. Gotta get so many angry emails in the spring. Anyway, I just wanted to call out the maximize the revenue sources for town properties while ensuring fair usage. Is that bullet point, which is a little vague, is that where the plan to offer things like the sponsorship of Sports and Rec Center, or maybe park naming sponsorships or revenue sources like that? Is that something that is being contemplated in the work plan from your department and would come to us in a report hopefully early this year? Because I really think it's an opportunity lost for us not to talk about that well in advance of the next budget cycle when this could be realized and be a real income stream to offset our OPEX for these expensive resources and assets.
Yeah, through your worship to council, that is something that corporately we've identified as a need. So we are in sort of the preliminary stages of starting to develop a policy, which is, you know, your first step as a corporation here. So we're that's in the middle of being drafted and researched right now. So it is something that council could expect to see this coming year brought forward. And then again, once your policy is properly established, then you can begin to implement.
Lovely. Council Meredith, I think I saw your hand.
Yeah, I was just gonna comment on that study as well. And I was just looking forward here if that's back, if we have to vote on that or not, or is that it just, have we already voted on that? But anyways, I was just, the common sense approach, like, I understand what you're saying. I mean, we got technical, you know, we got iPads and, you know, there's just a tremendous amount of technology, the data we get, it's just almost, it's just almost overloading. I mean, you see it on your end as a positive thing. I'm thinking as a common sense thing. You know, we've been plowing these roads. You know, I just said it hasn't been done in 10 years. Why now? You're gonna say because it's been 10 years and we need to update it. I get it. But I just don't see the need for it right now. But anyways, I just wanted to comment on that, and I'm with Councillor McDonald on that one. So thank you.
Was that something that we'd already approved? And I didn't see it in the capital list. So where is that something we've already awarded and then now we just need to pay for it, or where are we at with this, Madam CFO? This particular study, the $50,000 study. I was just scrolling down the list for operations. I didn't see it there.
Sorry, so it's in the operating budget. It wasn't addressed yesterday. So this is where you see that's in that one-time column. And so the $50,000 is that one-time request from operations to do this study. And it is from a reserve, yes. Yeah. So it does not hit the tax rate. And so that's why we have that one-time column. So you're not overtaxing, right, for an expense that doesn't reoccur.
That's good to know. So any one-time expense is not on the tax rate? Is that across the board, or is that this particular one?
Anything that shows up in that column would not hit the tax rate.
Comes from yesteryear's taxes.
Correct.
Very good.
Yes.
Our surplus is. All right, bottom line here is I think you get the feeling that it feels like it's nice to have, not a need to have. Are we at any risk if we, defer this for a year and maybe revisit it next year?
Through your worship to council. Yeah, it's a tough one to answer. And the answer is somewhat yes. I mean, again, we as a corporation and as a department, with for sure, by far the most claims that are coming in are, again, kind of the trip and fall and slip and falls on sidewalks. So winter maintenance of your sidewalks is very important, and can have other expenses, you know, as a result of, the liability. So, you know, staff could have taken a different approach and could have come and said, here's the industry standards for a route should be between this distance, ours are way more. Here's the industry standard in terms of how many staff there are for this amount of kilometers of sidewalk. Here's the industry standard for how many machines they should have. And we want more, or we need more because we're not meeting that standard, right? But instead we've taken this approach to say, let's make sure that, and not to just ask for more and more and more, and instead more of what and why. So that you know, a sidewalk machine, say, is a $250,000. So I'm, you know, again, we didn't take that approach. I think spending this money on the study initially first is money well spent, so that you just aren't asking for more just for the sake of more, you know, and to get around quicker. And we want to be targeted in what we ask for, and again, be informed.
So maybe this is hypothetical, but we're going to be looking at a service level change request, asking for this new data analyst type position. I mean, I'm trivializing that they're actually going to be more technical than that, but they're going to be tasked with looking at our data that we collect, vast amounts of data from around the organization, including that, I think that thing we authorized, that platform that builds that data lake. I think that made the cut, didn't it? I'm trying to remember now yesterday, but is it fair to say that this new person that we are contemplating hiring could perhaps look at all the data that's been aggregated from our GPS equipped plows and maybe make some analysis before we spend 50 grand on this study and maybe leverage their expertise? Would that be within their KSAs?
To you, Mr. Mayor, potentially, it's not in the proposed job description at this time, like to have that particular type of skill set. But it would be something that would be worth exploring. When we talk about that position, I'll get into sort of the nitty-gritty of what the proposal is for. But again, they would potentially be able to take a peek.
Okay, I'm just thinking out loud here, but you know, if we have access through an API or extracts from whatever platform all these GPS data is aggregated against, I'm sure I'll have the skills to use a platform like Power BI to mine that data and then visualize it. And we could very well get some good informed charts and graphs out of it about average route length, average time spent, you know, time of day, time of week for deployment, all this kind of stuff that's probably in that GPS data now. So you know, maybe it would be worth pumping the brakes on this 50 grand for now, and let's just see what kind of intelligence gathering we can get with this new resource using our existing data. Does that seem like a fair compromise? Assuming we hire this person, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of misread your question initially, but absolutely. So this position would, if approved, would be looking at all sorts of data, looking into all systems. So you know, reading APIs and sort of making sense of that data, and in conjunction with other departments to you know, turn that data into, you know, information that council can consume and operations can consume is expected of it.
All right, well, maybe we can just bank that concept if we say no to the 50 grand for the study, mentally maybe put that towards, you know, a positive column on what this new resource that's being asked for, that we're going to hear the spiel for later, could do for us. Maybe instead, maybe needing the study later, but we could be informed based on the data we've already collected. Let her rip.
Mayor, just speaking to this study, there is specific software out there, and there's a few companies that provide this service for municipalities and even at provincial height, that when you're optimizing, looking at the routing, it's looking at also future development too. So it's something that we'd be working with planning as well to say, okay, is there going to be growth here? There's going to be growth here. What's our projected going to be 5 years out, 10 years out? And also taking the data that we do have through our GPS programs, and also, you know, it will give us the information to be able to set specific materials as well that we use. So they'll take that data from, you know, if we've used 7,000 metric ton of sand salt mix and we've used 4,000 metric ton of salt, it takes all that data as well and sort of specific, like, okay, you know, we're going to stay with sand on our sidewalks from just using straight salt. It's going to say these routes here should be at a higher rate of salt content than sand. So it takes all that data as well as our, you know, transit, all that, and formulates the best routes for it. You know, going into this winter after, you know, being here last winter, I saw the need for a second supply vehicle to support our sidewalk plows. So we took that information as well internally, and you know, Dylan and myself and Fleet came up with a plan to do that. So this stuff, when we put this, if we put this out, they have the software to help us design the best routes so that we can optimize that going forward. And like I said, it also takes into consideration growth too, which is huge, right?
Okay, so it's not just the actual traveled road, it's the aggregate data, unintended, that gets all mixed in with this too. Okay, I can see the rationale for why that you need this, so. Okay. Council, we're content to leave it in there?
Reluctantly. Yes, sure.
Do amazing things with this and make us more efficient.
That's right.
And less emergency snow days, you know, where we have to, you know, need to put the egg timer flipped for minimum maintenance standards, right? That's our objective, is to not have those declarations of snow emergencies.
Absolutely. You know, no one likes to have to declare those significant weather events, but those tools are there for us to make that call. At the end of the day, you know, going back to where our operators are now for our sidewalk routes, when you're spread so thin and you're traveling hypothetically at 5 to 7 kilometers an hour, and you have, say, 3 kilometers of material on board, you have to stop and wait for someone to come fill you up and then carry on. So what it's actually taking is our operators 8 hours, 8.5 hours, maybe even pushing into overtime, depending, instead of, you know, having that design route at 25 kilometers and what's the most efficient way. So they may come back with saying, well, if we have a secondary storage area for materials for, you know, for these equipment stuff. So they'll help us actually generate a plan going forward to be more efficient and make sure that we stay within that minimum maintenance standard and obviously the level of service that we offer our residents.
Lovely. Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. Just one more question occurred to me. We haven't been experiencing a lot of need for snow plowing and removal. And through you to the chief finance officer, how do those savings reflect in our budget? Like they're going to have a surplus of sand, I suspect, unless February and March turns into a bliss. And the snow plowing time, there'd be no overtime. I'm just wondering how that's reflected in the budget.
When it comes to materials, believe it or not, it's these smaller events that we use more material. So if we have a snowfall of 2 to 5 centimeters, we could actually put material down and then we'll have a slush off period. So it's actually cost more for these smaller events that we have right now than if we were to get a 20, 30 centimeter snowfall, because we go into a maintain mode. If we're constantly having to put material out because we have those slippery sections on sidewalk or runoffs on the roads, that's all added time. So when we're in a bigger storm, it actually costs us less in material than it does these smaller events that we do have.
And just to sort of finish that, we do budget for what I would call sort of the average winter. And so any savings would become part of that year-end surplus. Or in a case where it was a bad winter, we do have a winter control reserve that we could draw from in order to balance the budget.
Perfect. All right, so any further discussion on this, council? No. Moved by Councillor Downer, seconded by Councillor McDonald, the tax supported 2024 budget for operations be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Lenore Simcoe Sports and Rec Center. We're going to try and break at 12:30, so no pressure, Dave.
Through your worship to council, I'll just do a quick intro, and yet our manager Dave is here as well for any questions. So you do have, again, council saw yesterday, the replacement is of the final two HVACs coming up this year. We'll complete all HVAC replacements for this cycle. One initiative coming up this year, we were able to bring in here last year a contractor for a vendor in the concession stand, which is good news. Coming up this year, we're looking to renew the seniors lease with the Ascanonia Club is one initiative, as well as trying to move to online bookings where possible. And then, of course, the largest project coming up this year and really over the next 5 to 6 years is the beginning of the roof repairs and roof replacement. The building you're at 20 years old. Standards back then were, this is kind of how long you were expecting to get out of it, and we've got to the end. So the first stage of, again, about 5 to 6 stages will begin this year. You can see it's over the Midler Minor Hockey Arena roof would be stage 1 scheduled for this year. So yeah, happy to take any questions, and our manager Dave is here as well.
Councillor Meredith.
Just on the roof and the stages. So you said it's going over 6 stages. It wouldn't get repaired in one kind of stage, or I guess it's a big roof. So I'm not. Is that so? I guess my thought process when this roof company would come in, get it done, but that's not how it works. You just want to explain that?
Through your worship, the Councillor Emeritus. So the roof, they're in various stages of, call it disrepair or wear at this point. To spread out the cost, because it is like this year's roof, it's budgeted at 580,000. And there's a couple other sections that are of similar size. So for a couple of reasons, this part of the roof is in bad shape. It's at a point where it's going to start to leak and fail. We started looking at the roof 6 years ago, the replacement, reskinning it, so to speak, and prices have already gone up 50%. So I get, like, doing it all at once, you might save a little bit now, but you're talking about a couple $1 million instead of 580,000. And there's parts of the roof that are still in pretty good shape. So they've been staged out over the next half dozen years to do them in large pieces, but that's the rationale behind it.
Okay. Thank you. I just had I thought it was the 580 was for the whole roof, but it's only a portion of the roof. So you'll be coming back. I guess it's in the capital plan for some more sections of $500,000 or more. Oh, okay. That's a clearer picture. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just want clarification, I guess, on the advertising revenue and the fees, service and rentals. Everything's in the negative. That's correct? It's costing us more to run than we're making off of any of this stuff.
Through your worship to Councillor Ball. If you mean essentially the first line there, advertising revenue, you can see that it's moved from 36,000 to 38,000. So it's essentially an increase. It's 2,000 more in revenue.
There's negative amounts though, right? Those are negatives in those columns.
Sorry if I may. So on all of these sheets, we do represent revenues as negatives. And that's just sort of standard accounting.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
To your point on the fees, though, obviously, one of the things we're looking at is non-resident fees as a way to bring revenue in, not only to make up the committed revenue we used to enjoy from one township, but to bring in real revenues from that township that are more commensurate with the use that's available to their residents, but also other municipalities who originally contributed towards the building of this building 20 plus years ago. But since then, no. So, I mean, it's the North Simcoe Sports and Rec Center really in name alone. It's entirely funded by Midland taxpayers. And so we're looking at changing that to some degree, but we're certainly not going to see a profit, let alone break even from non-resident fees. We just can't simply pile that much on, which is why we're looking at sponsorship opportunities, which again, I would caution council that even in our wildest dreams, naming rights and other sponsorship is not going to get us to the point where we're breaking even or let alone making money off this. But it will certainly help reduce the impact of running this place. And when it's time to change the roof skin, you know, that can be funded through our naming partner. And while we're on this topic of the roof and grants or other funding opportunities, is there anything available to us through infrastructure other than, you know, maybe winning Craft Hockeyville or something at some point that would see an influx of funds to help us pay for infrastructure on this building? Have we looked at anything like that, or is there anything available?
Through your worship to council, yeah, that just would say that we're kind of always on the lookout for these types of grants, especially for larger projects like that. You know, we've had some success for over the last couple of years, several park projects, the harbor revitalization project for $500,000. And then last year we were successful in obtaining a grant that paid for, was it half or even 75% of designing new restrooms for the rec center. So we're constantly on the look. We've even had some successes, but not at this time regarding the roof repairs. No.
Great, fair enough. Thanks. Appreciate the efforts you are making, looking for grant money. It isn't as widely available, I think, as some people think it is. So I'm glad you guys are, you know, approaching every project with an eye for, is there any other alternative funding other than the taxpayer? So thank you for that. Was that a hand up or just a fix of the hair? Okay. Faked me out there. Councilor Meredith.
Just one last question. How are we for bookings at the rec center pre-pandemic to now? Are we at coming up to par with those bookings, or are we still kind of lagging?
Through your worship, the Councilor Meredith, we're very close to back to where we were. Ice rentals, gym rentals are back to normal. Room rentals are sort of getting there. The big events, the larger events in the community hall and that were slow to come back, but they are well on their way back now. So yeah, the building is very busy again. We're starting to get the bigger events up in the hall again now.
I don't see an ask here for new tiles for that great hall, but the ceiling is looking pretty rough. Every time I go in there, everything else looks great until I look up like, oh my God. I don't know how much that's going to be, but is that something that's on the capital plan for replacement anytime soon?
The ceiling tiles in the community hall, we replace them when they've been damaged to a point. They're very expensive. No, I don't. I have in operating that would fall under one of our maintenance things, but to replace all the tiles, you'd be looking at a lot of money.
Is it a possibility to paint them even, like the ones that have the skid marks on them and look like people walked on them?
We have done that to some water damaged ones that are fine. I can take a better look at that again. You sure?
I'm not being critical of them. It's the one, it needs a little love, we're not in a loving mood right now. We're trying to save money, but I'm just
My-
wondering.
My booking coordinator is on me all the time about the community hall and spending money on it, but I'm always trying to keep the budget down. So that's my fault.
All right, very good. Any further discussion on this one? All right, well, I look forward to those reports on funding opportunities and naming rights, et cetera, because I think that's a real opportunity for us. So I've got a motion here moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Ball, that tax supported 2024 budget for the NSSRC be approved in principle. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. It's 12:23. Do we want to press on with the transit? Okay. Shouldn't be too beefy.
Great.
Yeah, let her
Your
rip.
worship, again, you have just a quick overview here for members of council and the public. On transit, we had some successes last year. We saw an increase by the end of Q3 of about 20,000 rides compared to the year prior. We were able to install a new camera system on all of the buses, including updating all the AODA audio and visual upgrades so that we're now in compliance with requirements there. And we were successfully able to implement the free seniors program. Again, by the end of Q3, you saw over 14,000 free senior rides. Coming into this year now, we can happily kind of announce here now that we've internally concluded our negotiations with Penetang for our shared services agreement around transit. So council can expect that to come in front of them, you guys, next month. So that's good, and we've made some progress there again in around true cost sharing and cost savings there that capture our true costs. So it's a positive thing. Again, council can look forward to that coming your way next month. Other than that, we do have negotiations with our community reach, so accessibility partner as well now as a priority coming this year. So any questions? Happy to answer.
I'll kick things off. So this is a heavily subsidized service, and it's one of those services that's rare for a small urban community to offer a transit system. And arguably before we partnered with Penetang, it was even more of a subsidized struggle for us, even with gas tax money or whatever it's called now, not the gas tax. So this is always one of those things people ask me, well, you know what, we got to cut taxes. Only do what's required. You don't need a transit system. What are you, a city? And it's sometimes it's difficult to argue back why we have this, because it is one of those big city pressures, but we're a town and we don't have we just don't have the funding capacity that cities do. So I'm not suggesting for a minute here that we terminate the transit program, but I just want to make sure and see if anyone else has a conversation about, the revenue we're forgiving or eliminating or walking away from for seniors, for example, that could help, rather than being 708,000 in the hole running this program, what would, charging seniors the same same fee to charge ride the bus that anyone else would pay? And are we getting the ridership to continue justifying offering this city-like service in our small town? And as I say, this feels awkward me even saying this, because I feel like there's people throwing things at their TVs, but this is something that costs us. It's a greater good, and we're not going to ever make money on this. So is this important enough to our community? And the ridership numbers, I think, says there's a lot of people that rely on this every day. But how much revenue are we foregoing with offering the free seniors? And how much of that is being offset by any subsidy from the province or the feds, if any?
Through your worship to council. Again, just numbers wise, you can see that by the end of Q3, there was over 14,000 free rides for seniors. That used to be at 250 or 225 ahead. So one more quarter to go, say you're around 17, 18,000, 19,000-ish, somewhere in there. So you're foregoing just under 40,000, say, in terms of revenue right there to provide that service. Again, just to an estimate roughly here off the top of my head, but, you know, beyond that, it would be, up to council if that's something, you know, that you decide is worth providing, right? It's not a cheap service. And, you know, then again, Midland goes the next step and also provides accessible transit, which is also not a cheap service to provide. These are very, very good services, and a lot of people take advantage of them. And again, you're seeing ridership numbers that are up, you know, to pre-pandemic levels really now. And even on the accessible transit side, you know, with the combination of the free, because conventional and unconventional, when you make one, you have to treat them the same essentially. If you've provided free seniors for conventional, it's the same for unconventional now. So they're seeing significant increases for senior rides in the accessible transit side of things. So again, yeah, it's not a cheap service, but you know, again, it is one that the direction of council will continue to provide, and do it as efficiently as possible.
Thanks. I just want to call that out just because one of the things that we hear routinely is, oh, we pay the highest taxes. You know, like, well, how come it's so much cheaper in Tiny Tay or Penetang? And people will cite any number of other municipalities that don't run transit service. And so when I have to try and say, well, aside from the good work we're trying to do here to save money, we choose to fund city type services in a small municipality. And to try and do better on that, we're partnering with our neighbors, which just totally makes sense. But this is one of the drivers, and I'm not saying this for council, it's more for the people watching. When people wonder, why do we pay more taxes than similarly sized municipalities elsewhere? Because we operate a transit service is one of the reasons. And, you know, so if people are angry about the amount they pay and then they see there's other things we can't cut, well, we can always gas the transit service. But a lot of people's lives would be impacted by that. Again, don't know if that's worth it. We could get 40 grand from our seniors, having them ride this subsidized bus service. Is that worth it? Especially the accessible transit, which is so vital for seniors getting to their appointments and whatnot. And we're doing that all at cheap by farming that out even to a really good group that's killing it as far as service delivery. So I'm not suggesting or lobbying for the you know, service level change or heaven forbid the removal of this. I just want to call it out that it's a very expensive service that we've chosen to provide. And so when you're pressed by people, why are we paying so much taxes comparatively to other municipalities that don't have transit service? That can be one of the reasons. I don't suggest you give up trying to find savings elsewhere and, you know, keep our taxes low, but we have city-like services that we provide as a small urban municipality, which is a rarity in this province. So it's my soapbox speech in defense of this. But knowing that we are consciously leaving money on the table by the choices we're making here. Please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just to note one thing as well. So the county's transportation master plan, again, they've recently sort of rolled that out and so just so everyone's aware, that it does call for in their transportation master plan, you know, somewhere in the 5 to 10 year range is their goal to make public transit one single county-wide system, right? So should you continue to provide the system again, or this service again, it is the goal of the county in that 5 to 10 year range to try to make it one county-wide system. And coming from the region of Waterloo, I've seen that it works quite well from my experience. But just wanted to put that out there.
That's good to know for capital planning. And the fact that there's a lot of underserved neighboring municipalities who would love to see the Lynx bus stop in their towns and that doesn't currently. So I mean, I'll continue to lobby and support that at the county level because I believe that should be from the county rather than leaving it up to independent municipalities, which could end up being a savings to us to some degree. Obviously, if we just eliminated it and county took it over, it's not like it's free. It's still coming through your county taxes, so something will go up there, right? Nothing's free. But I appreciate that insight. And yes, that echoes what we're hearing down at the county level. So. Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. I've never had to, I've never taken the opportunity to use the service, but if I did, how much would it cost me?
Pretend she's not a senior. This is a trick question.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
this just seems like a loaded question. I'll say anywhere from free to $2.75 per ride. You'll be somewhere in that range. Information available on our website.
Yeah, I just had a comment with the numbers for the, if your numbers are somewhat accurate, $40,000 isn't going to do much of a, you know, the service is great. I think what people question when they look at this transit service going around town and they see it half empty or 3/4 empty, they question that, right? But you know, at Christmas time, you see, you know, volumes swing depending on when you're seeing the bus. I was one of those residents that, you know, there's a bus going around with 2 people on it, like get a smaller bus, right? Or, but then I've seen it over the years after COVID, like more, the ridership has increased. I don't know if that's in your numbers or I'm just seeing it, but I've seen the bus now, you know, a quarter to half full at times, right? So there's always someone using it. So the service is great. And at these times, you know, people need to get around and they can't afford a card or any other transportations, and same as the taxi service is expensive too. So this is a great program, and to squeeze $40,000 out of a $700,000 shortfall, which is it doesn't make sense when I look at the numbers. Thank you.
Councillor Downer.
I remember not that many years ago that Midland Transit was on the chopping block. And we floated that out to the public. And it didn't work out so well. So be careful where you go with it.
Absolutely. It's a cherished service. Okay, well, good. We've had the conversation, which is important because people will often say, why didn't you ask that question? So we did. And consequently, I'll call this question. Moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor Bald. The tax supported 2024 budget for transit be approved in principle. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, lunch has arrived and we're 12:35, so we will take, I won't say half an hour because it'll end up being 45. Well, I'll say 45, and if you come back early, sorry, but you can watch us on YouTube. But no, realistically, 45 minutes, we'll be back. Good afternoon again, everybody. We've just resumed after having a brief lunch break. Some new stuff has come to light that requires us go in camera for a briefing. And of course, to do that, because it wasn't on the agenda, we need to set aside our rules, suspend our rules of procedure to allow us to be briefed and add something dynamically to the agenda like this. So I need a mover and a seconder for setting aside the rules of procedure. So moved by Councillor Prost, seconded by Councillor East. That the rules of procedure be suspended in order for council to go into a closed session to allow the CAO to provide a legal update for the property at 349 Lakewood Drive. The discussion will happen all in camera, of course, and clearly this is going to be one of those things that allows us to go in camera because it's going to be legal, but this is for the purposes of addressing the next motion. So all those in favor? Carried. Next, moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Prost, that council move into closed session and further this portion of the meeting be closed to the public pursuant to Section 239 Municipal Act 2001 as indicated. For Section 2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals, in this case, 349 Lakewood Drive. Council, you're satisfied that this qualifies for going in camera? All those in favor? It's carried. So we're going to stop recording of the Zoom's call. We're going to be meeting in person. All right, thanks everybody for that brief pause. So I have a motion here moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Downer. The council receive his information and confirm the directions as outlined in the verbal update provided by the Chief Administrative Officer at the closed meeting session of council held January 31st, 2024, a couple minutes ago, with respect to 349 Lakewood Drive. All those in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're back to our regularly scheduled programming, which is the service level change requests. Did your power turn off on your, might have to dust the receiver in the ceiling there. It seems to be, having trouble.
I know, but now yeah. Okay. Get turned off.
All right, Madam CFO, take it over.
I could. I do that every morning.
Aside from council requests, this is the one that moves the needle for the tax increase. So this is where we're going to spend a bit of time, I hope, and do what we can.
Yep, no, it sure does. Okay, so on the screen, you will have the amended version of page 260 from the draft budget. And so just to be clear, this version was included in the budget approval report. That's part of today's and yesterday's and tomorrow's agenda package. And so just remember to note the total tax line. So the tax column went from 385,025 and is now at 376,522. And so the change is really and only that change to the Midland Cultural Center forgiveness of insurance line. And that was because of the reduction in the premium that we saw in our 2024 renewal. So just to be clear, so we're all looking at the same thing. So that is the only change. That's the only dollar change. Also from page 260, you will see at the very bottom, the additional firefighters 4 in the comment section. That comment was originally missing in the draft budget. It has been added. It did actually show up in the financial summary, but it did get missed here. So we have made that little housekeeping amendment as well. And we can certainly talk more about it when we get to that line. For now, proposing we go through the list, starting at the top. We've got staff here that are willing and able to speak to these requests and hear questions from council.
All right, well, council, you've all read the justification documents for each of these asks, whether they're an addition or a removal. So rather than, for sake of time, rather than having them repeated by staff, you know, I think all of us may to one degree or another have an edit list. I know I do. So maybe I'll just kick things off with the community planner. I'm suggesting that we pause the hiring of that additional staff this year. My rationale is that we just got a brand new amazing person to fill Mr. Farquharson's previous role. And although, you know, that person isn't 2 persons, I would really like to see what kind of magic we can do with almost full bench strength in our planning growth department and just enjoy the savings for 1 year while we have our new hire become acclimated to the tasks at hand, and expect to probably see this ask revisited next year. But in the interest of trying to make some substantive change to our tax rate, as much as I love and support our growth department, I'm not convinced that now's the right time to add that extra staff when we just literally just onboarded some top talent into the department. So that's just where I stand on that and the rationale for it. Councillor East.
I would support that as well.
Yeah, he's okay. And to be fair, I never had any conversations. I have had conversations with other places I'm looking at making some changes, but I didn't talk to Mr. Farquharson about this ahead of time, but I don't suppose it's probably not a shock, but I have really high hopes for that department and we're putting a lot of work on them to do over the next year. So I could foresee this ask returning to our budget next year. Any other comments on potentially removing, my suggestion that we remove this for this year? Okay, nods of head. All right, so put it on next year. Let's talk about this then, but we're gonna work the heck out of you guys this year. All right, so there's our first edit. Number 2 is eliminating 3 bylaw students. I think we saw the rationale for that. It doesn't feel great to eliminate 3 bylaw students, but given that we don't have a ton for them to do right now in relation to parking and we know they can't pull people over on the trail to enforce speeding and things like that. It seems like a kind of a necessary cut for now until we re-envision bylaw efforts for them. And let's work our 1 part-time and 2 full-time people to the fullest over this year and hopefully maximize the output and effectiveness. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Say the parking committee that's going to be struck is very efficient and comes up with proposals, and we agree to them all in May, we will need them. I'm hopeful. And could that be transferred to parks? And like, do we hire summer students for the parks maintenance and gardening and that? Or do they have their own budget on that?
Through your worship to Council McDonald, sorry, yeah, each department would have their own budget for hiring students if that's part of their staff and comp.
May, and did you request students?
Through your worship to Council McDonald. Sorry, the question is that, can you repeat the question?
I'm leery to eliminate summer students. If they're not required in the bylaw department, can we hire them for community gardens?
Okay, well, now I appreciate that question very much. The answer is yes, of course. There is lots of work to do in a department like the operations department. If that was council's choice, I would suggest that yes, we definitely could find a home for them and keep them busy.
To be clear, that would be adding $50,000 to the tax supported budget this year. If we don't eliminate that, that's a plus of 50,000. Councillor Ball.
I'm just wondering if then they could work off hours and ticket people like operations are doing right now.
Through your worship to Councillor Ball, that would, we typically really only have full-time, and there's tend to be in kind of leadership roles in operations that we bring here and have given the authority deputized right to write parking tickets from operations, because that's not necessarily their area of expertise, we'll say. So if the intent was, or if your goal with those 3 students was to enforce bylaws, then I would suggest they stay in the bylaw department.
Councillor Meredith.
In 2023, thank you, Mayor Gordon. In 2023, what was in the summer? How many students were hired in total? Do you know? Is there like 20 students that we employed, or possibly more? Yeah. I'm just saying we're getting rid of 4, but we do hire quite a bit of students. So just want to know. We're getting rid of 3. Sorry. Yeah. Just a round number. Is it like 20? Is there 20 students altogether that we've hired? Yeah. This one. No?
Yeah, it would be about 20 if I look at all departments across operations, bylaw, internal in this building. We have some administrative staff support. Would have been about 20.
Because I think the budget last year was 300 and some odd $1,000 that I remember that kind of number vividly, because if we were going to there was in the report, if we took out all the students, and it amounted to 300 and some odd thousand. So So we'd be down to like 17 students. So we're still hiring quite a bit of students if we eliminate the 3. Thank you.
So is anybody putting a request on to not eliminate these 3 students and we can take our straw poll? Because right now they're being eliminated to save 50 grand. So we have a request to keep them. All right, so hands up, those who'd like to keep these students. Keep the students. Yeah, I was gonna say your hand needed to go up, Councilor McDonald. All right, those 3 students are eliminated for this year. With any luck, we'll have lots of work for them to do in 2025 and a new parking system, and we'll just have a little army like Tiny. All right, next. Councilor Ball.
Thank you. Is this the position you keep talking about, having all the data analyzed and the KPIs, et cetera, et cetera?
Short answer is yes. It's kind of a hybrid mixed position that works in IT, but does a lot of the heavy lifting that we asked the CIO to do for us.
Okay, I'm just wondering how a job description for that's going to work. It's such a strange role, I feel like, to be under an IT request.
Oh, CIO, you created this kind of unicorn position here.
So through your worship, the role that will actually high level look at the data is actually the ED role that was created to really look at bringing KPIs. This role will be one of the roles that I'll say will help in getting the data as well. But really the focus on this role will be they will be a senior analyst, so they will be able to, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, back up our manager of IT when our manager of IT is decides that he wants to take vacation, and though he does continually answer his phone all the time, and take vacation, be able to be that backup and run some of the higher level projects. So one of the projects may be as well the data analytics. That would definitely be one of the projects to make sure that we have that, potentially the BI that the mayor spoke about. But it would be more than just the data piece. It would be a lot of projects across the organization, including financial, the financial system upgrades, stuff like that.
Thank you. Yeah, I would feel comfortable with this request being that, but having it under IT and using it as an IT backup, that's not the same as having a unicorn position that's going to reevaluate and find KPIs and inefficiencies, et cetera, et cetera. Being able to have somebody in IT to back up IT taking vacation, that's a completely different thing.
So through your worship, that was probably a really poor example. But it would be doing a lot of that work, but in addition, there would be a lot of additional work that the position would do as well. So we know we have a financial system that, well, in general, our systems don't talk today. So from a finance perspective to HR to city wide to other systems, they don't truly talk right now. And so the goal would be to have the data so that we can provide better data to council, but also have the systems be able to link together to produce information. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Hartrick to add additional information.
Thank you, and through your worship to the councillor. Yeah, this role, it is a backup. It's not just a backup, obviously. We do have multiple large systems, and all those systems have user accounts. All those systems have different logins. All the systems talk to each other slightly differently. So this role is able to sort of dive in from a corporate perspective and look at that there's right-sized access for all users, things like that. Those are things that, you know, I'm sort of bogged down doing all the time. You know, that kind of puts different projects on hold. For perspective right now, I have 50 open projects, and we consider every one of them rather important. There's been a lot of untangling, a lot of restructuring in IT and the network as a whole. So this is a support role to me, and someone who can make decisions in my absence or even while I'm here, so that I'm not sort of pulled in every in every direction. For example, I don't want to send her out fire, but they came to me with some really good ideas for efficiencies, and I said, you know, that's a fantastic idea. I'll put it on the list. Estimated start date 2028, which is a shame because you know, we should be able to sort of improve those processes and sort of just improve our overall systems, if that makes more sense.
Yes, thank you. I just want to ensure that it is an organizational level change, and that's kind of what I was expecting this request to come under. So I'm surprised to see it fall under IT. And that, again, is my concern with that, is that we are going to support IT, and obviously you support the organization as a whole, but I was hoping for a higher level of support across all of the departments. So that's just where I'm heading with that. I don't know if somebody else wants to jump in and discuss it.
I had, this was on my list of something, clearly, I think this is a needed, that there's a gap in, there's a whole bunch of things this person's gonna be brought on board to do, or they're gonna be the jack of many trades and the master of few, I suspect. But that's kind of what IT is. We're not certainly big enough to have specialists like, you know, dedicated to one application support guy to one application. That's the province. But I was suggesting that we, to save a bit of money in year one, we don't hire or start this person until mid-year. So that effectively cuts the salary benefit, which is what you see, that salary or that number on your page is salaries and benefits. It's not their wage. That we save that by gapping and starting them mid-year. So year one, we'd enjoy savings. So on my list, it's a reduction of $65,250 in year one, knowing that would go up to full the following year. And of course, they'd be on the grid like anybody else. But that way we could get that position going. No expectation that someone's going to be putting their bum in the chair in a month from now, and that we just give staff direction for July or something like that. Is that reasonable, Mr. Hattrick, or you know, could we even go longer on that? What's your projection?
We are looking for a support position. As you know, we had one of our technicians leave earlier in the year. We've been recruiting for a long time. It's hard to find you know, specialists like this. So best case scenario, I don't think we'd be able to get someone in the chair by mid-year. I mean, obviously I'd want to get someone in there tomorrow if I could, but I think that is an excellent compromise because you know, like I say, it's tough going out there, especially in where we are. You know, if we were in Bradford or something, it would be we'd have a bigger pool to choose from. So yeah, it's a fair request.
Okay, so that's my proposal, is that we have this number with the expectation that, you know, if we fill the position sometime after July, and any surplus, because let's say we fill it in November, that's just surplus for year one. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I was just wondering if there's any ability to not label this as a senior analyst position and more of a support position. I think that lowers the salary entirely.
That, I mean, CAU, you can respond to this. That's not really our role in council. Like, we're providing a basket of funds. We don't really get to dictate that. If you were an ED here and those would be the discussions you have amongst your senior team. This is a request for a position. This is what they're choosing to call it. This is the salary that's prescribed to start at, or at least a range anyway, is on our budget. And that's really what's open for debate here, not the minutia of managing the title or even the job description. That's really far out of our scope as a Board of Governance. If I'm inaccurate, staff, please let me know. I know it's hard for us to resist the urge to get in. Believe me, in IT, I'm really struggling because, you know, this is what I do and have done for the past 30 years. So I'm trying to look at things just from a governance perspective, not from any further. Councillor McDonald.
Well, you've sold me on the need and would support starting halfway through the year to give us a little bit of a break in that position, but
Councillor Meredith, and then I can do maybe the straw poll and the start mid-year, enjoy half the savings.
Well, I had this this position as an X. I wasn't actually any of the new positions asks I was in favor of. I would be inclined to entertain of that, your suggestion, but I would like to come back to this and not make it, if council wants to come back to this, if we're and at the end and see where we are at the tax rate. And if we need further savings, then, pardon? Put it in the parking lot. Because right now, if I was to vote on this right now, it would be a no. We are looking for savings for the service level, well, to decrease the tax rate. I am anyways. I'm sure we're both trying to trying to balance everything out and try to be as fair as possible, but a new position right now, especially with the IBEW grids that just kicked in, and the increases in pays and so forth. I don't feel comfortable with adding another full-time employer right now. Thank you.
Councillor Balt. Yeah, just pull it out a bit. There you are.
I'm in favor of having the IT person look for someone for the summer. And I think that would be a way of getting that person in step with everybody and see how that goes. So I'm in favor of this ask. Thank you.
All right, well, I mean, the parking lot, I suppose, if people aren't in favor of my edit, then, fair enough, but I think we could probably decide this right now. So the proposal I have is that we have this, and with a start date no earlier than July, so we effectively enjoy the savings potentially, and could be more by mid-year. So that's my proposal, is the having of this, for those of you who support that. And if I could see a show of hands, and we'll know what we're doing next. So having it. Okay, so that's defeated. So what's the next option? To hire them anyway, or? Well, really, we just need to decide. Like, it's pretty simple.
Put it on
Either-
hold for now until we go through the rest.
Yeah, so before we leave this section. Okay. And in fairness, these little straw poll things are not binding like a regular motion. So you can decide, maybe you want to do the halfway thing later after you've done this. So it's senior facilities and transit project coordinator, funded from gas tax and user fees. And one of the questions I had was, is this $25,000 grant from the gas tax, is that perpetual? So that we can expect to enjoy that? I mean, you can't read into future governments, but for what we know, is the expectation that this new position salary would be continually subsidized until things change from the gas tax for $25K a year?
I can answer that one. So we funded this position partially from the provincial gas tax funding that we get for our transit service. And so I guess my comment would be, as long as we have transit service, which we spoke about earlier today, which, could be a 5 to 10 year horizon, we would have funding for this position.
All right, thanks. So based on that response, I believe it's worthwhile to have some backup for Mr. Reicheld, and also it isn't just pure backup, it's also other duties. And considering it's an opportunity to fund an FTE with gas tax money, which is a rare bird, it didn't make my slice list this time. So I'm in favor of this one for what it's worth. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. As long as we have this as a contract position so that we reevaluate that when there isn't funding available, because if we're hiring somebody on full-time, that means we're keeping them on whether we have the gas tax or not. And I'm not in favor of that. I'm in favor of this position with the gas tax as a contract.
Madam CFO, is that the kind of position like this, does it still allow for funding from the gas tax if it's a contract position, or does it require an FTE?
The funding would still apply, whether it's a contract or an FTE. It's operating costs, which it would fall under. For me, it's more contracts we usually use for sort of short term in nature. 6-month contract, 1-year contract. I've even seen as much as a 2-year, but really not anything beyond that. So just want to caution council that we could be sort of having this revolving situation where we're constantly bringing people in, training them, and then maybe moving on because they're looking for full-time employment, right?
This would be
Something
full-time
to think about.
employment, just a contract position, which many businesses in the area do, my employer included. They offer contract positions that are up to 3 years, and then they just re-interview and you gain the position still, but it's based off of funding from the government. And if they don't have that funding, they're not on the hook to pay for it. And I don't want to have our taxpayers on the hook for a position. I don't feel comfortable with that.
If that's possible, I mean, our contractors in this scenario paid more. I mean, I'm thinking as my life as a contractor with the province, I made double what I made as when I got hired as an FTE. Now I didn't get pension contributions and stuff, but contractors are typically paid at a much higher rate than, FTEs. There's an incentive there to be an FTE depending on your personal situation. Or are contracts treated just like FTEs for the purpose of remuneration and OMERs and everything else we extend?
Again, because of the extended term of the contract that Councillor Ball is proposing, they would still have full benefits, OMERs, all of that. So for all our purposes, they would be an FTE.
All right, great. Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Meredith.
It appears that thank you, Mayor Gordon. It appears that we're creating a full-time position that is being completed by a part-time person now. So is this how are we going to get, as the mayor would say, our bang for our buck? If it's only a part-time position, work being filled by a full-time position.
Through your worship to Councillor McDonald. That's not correct. No, there's no part-time position at all. So maybe misinterpreted what's in there. Essentially, it really is there is one single supervisor of our fleet, facilities, and transit, Mr. Reicheld in the room here. That is it. There's no part-time employee that he has to assist him in any capacity.
Clarification. It says the supervisor, no, wait a minute, where did I read that? It just struck me that the director of operations is spending their time coordinating a new bus repairs and that. Is that the director of operations? That's a full-time position?
If I may, that would be me.
So you're doing
yes.
this
So what
amongst a bunch of other things?
Correct. So what we've attempted to highlight there is the fact that because Mr. Reicheld does not have any support system for these large areas, essentially in his absence, if he's sick, if he's on vacation, the small, minute little details, they all fall to me. The small, not to belittle them, sorry, but there is no one else, so it falls to me. So my time is now instead spent right there in the weeds of all of those areas, anything in his absence, right? So again, it's to point out that a support system there would allow myself to stay focusing more on higher level items and duties and not get caught down in the weeds. Again, if there's a transit driver that calls out sick, if in Jim's absence, again, I'm receiving that phone call. I'm trying to help find another driver, schedule everything to do with mechanics again. So this would really help in terms of support for this sort of division.
And again, I'll call your attention to this is unique. It's funded by user fees, grants, and a tiny little bit from the taxpayer. Like, there's no other job in our municipality where we get this kind of bang for the buck, so it's kind of a unique one. And it's some fault tolerance for Jim. Not that everybody gets a mirror second person like them in the organization. They're not that rich, but to your point, Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Meredith.
Thank you. I would be tempted to approve it as a contract position to try it out, not create a full permanent position.
Hey, Councillor Meredith.
I get your point, Mayor Gordon. But the 40,000 is comes from user fees, so it's taking it out of revenue from I guess, is it transit revenue? Is that where the 40,000 user fees is coming from?
Through your worship to Council Meredith. So no, this is actually an estimate that we've made around advertising. So we have lots and lots of transit advertising available that we currently have not filled. So this position, again, we've really been trying to be creative in how this position is funded, to the mayor's point, and it's rather unique, and we see that as a gap internally. We don't have staff that have the time to essentially solicit, the spots that we have and get out there and try to sell our advertising space. So that's an estimate that we've provided to help fund this position, because we anticipate if this position were to pass, that they would part of their duties would be to focus on getting advertising revenue coming in.
Praising her own wage. I love it. It's pretty creative.
I just follow up. Well, that's great. And if it doesn't, I would still encourage advertising revenue, and maybe it go to cultural and tourism or something like that. I understand that if Mr. Reichel is not around, it falls on your shoulders. And that's welcome to small business. I mean, we wear many hats. Sheldon, when he gets a phone call and his staff's not coming in or so forth, that's just part of the job. So I'm not in favor of the position. I had a conversation with I believe our CAO and Lindsay about the actual position that this new position that was just created with the transfer of the asset coordinator being transferred to finance, which now you're requesting in fleet for a new position to fill that role. And that's the way I see it. And it happened with the NSSRC as well, that they took an employment from there and put it into finance. And I'm sure down the pipe, we're gonna see a request from the NSSRC to fill that void. So I'm not in favor of this. I think the 34,000 is will be used to lower the tax rate. And I said previously, I'm not in favor of hiring any new positions at the moment. Thank you.
Through your worship to Councilor Meredith. With regards to the position at the rec center, I would suggest that that's completely different. It really is, but in this case, no, that was only meant to highlight again that the asset coordinator that now is housed in the finance department, that was a small part of their duties, is they were at least able to take on literally a handful, like 5-6 projects a year. That was a small segment of their duties, and they were really only trying to provide that assistance to Mr. Reichel because the amount of projects he has in a year to manage is quite long. And again, he's doing so, but also being the front-facing supervisor directly of our fleet and transit staff. So they were really trying to provide assistance where they could. So that only meant to highlight that. slight difference here now, but, again, with regards to the position at the rec center, it's unrelated and it's, in an effort to find efficiencies.
And I understand that, and as I said, that's just an example of the shifting in positions and then opening up a position, which creates a new position, a new staff member, and basically it affects the tax rate. So, so I think critical year 2024, and I've been adamant in the majority of our meetings that, I'm focused on getting this tax rate down, and and that's my focus right now. Without, there's been some compromises here throughout the budget, and this is our time now to have an effect on the tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. What, to Councillor Meredith said, just as just to point out to council to the structure, as I as much as I completely respect your comment that we all wear lots of hats, say, we do, without a doubt, and that's a given, right? That's the role, and I love what I do. But, if you want time spent, not just finding grants, but filling them out, these applications take time. Trying to find money savings, watching the largest budget division in the municipality here. If you'd like a director, you would think focusing on things like that versus what's pointed out in that service level change, right? So that's the point I'm trying to make, and that, again, structurally, so council's aware, there's more staff in this operations group than any other group in the municipality. So again, how do we want to spend people's time? It does have a cost.
I mean, we're beating that one to death. Yeah, I mean, clearly there's a difference between a sole proprietorship with one or two staff and a corporation of this magnitude with budgets this big, right? So it is a little, to draw the comparison between, getting Dylan out to push the lawnmower when a guy calls in sick, so I think the point's well made, though. You don't want it, there's no new additional people needed right now from your perspective to save tax money, and I think we all get that. But at the same time, there's a difference between this organization and the sole proprietorship or a small business with 2 to 4 staff, right? So.
And so you don't get the last word here. And I totally understand that. The point I was making, you wear a lot of hats, and the pressures are there. That's the role you take with the director of operations, right? So, and in any corporation, when you're at the top, senior staff, this is what you get. So, and I understand that completely. I'm not saying that I could do your role and I wouldn't want to do your role, and we appreciate your efforts. And I'm just looking at, what we can control as council, and coming in here, coming in, and when we were campaigning, the majority, said we had to look at our staffing. Why do we have so much staff? And now we're continuing to add to staff. And then we're not seeing the results in our tax rate, right? We're not seeing our taxes come down. So show me the results where we can, that's impossible, as I'm learning now, to get to under 3%, but that we keep on seeing that coming, increasing staff levels, and the tax rates just keep on going up. So as efficient as we're trying to be and getting there, everything's still costing more. So.
Mr. Bald.
All right. From my perspective, I can see that there is a contribution from the provincial gas tax grant funding. That's a positive thing. It's quite, the grant is $25,000. And I see that, the user fees, $40,000 is also put in here. And So I would think that the FTE project manager / transit coordinator should be on our radar, and I would have that as an ask.
Just to be clear, you support leaving that in the budget as it is? Okay. Okay. Do we want, oh, Madam CFO?
Sorry, if I may, I was just going to suggest, similar to what your suggestion was for the IT position. Again, any of these you could suggest a July 1st date. Because again, the costs that are included here are all annual cost. And so there is always that opportunity. My second point, I was wondering if we should deal with all staffing requests at once. So we have those 3 top positions that, and then we also have the additional firefighter requests at the bottom of the list. And so it might be appropriate to sort of deal with all of those staffing requests at once.
That's fair. So the firefighter one, it's probably, this is one of those cases where I think we should have the fire chief or deputy chief talk to us about this. No? That's not the next one?
Sorry, I guess we should still vote on this first one before we move
Oh, I
on
thought
to
we were
the,
parking it though with the other.
is that what we've
Yeah, we'll
decided?
just,
Okay,
we'll park it and
Yeah.
then we have all of our human capital in one basket and we can pick and choose. Is that fair, Counselor? Are you good with that? We'll deal with the next human
I
capital
was just
request.
wondering if we're just completely avoiding contract and saying no to that. I just didn't get a response about that.
Contract FT, I mean, what's our risk? Yeah, so
yeah, if that's council's desire, we can certainly do that.
I suppose the only benefit then is that when a contract comes to its natural end date, you can end that without any severance. Because everyone knows this is when it expires, right? Whereas if we have an FTE and decide, wow, this role isn't doing what we want it to do, or the gas tax dries up, then we're severing that person from our employee. So there's some merit to that. Neat suggestion, Councillor Ball. Okay, so let's deal with the remaining human capital request, which is the 4 firefighters, and then we can make our decision on the human capital side, and then we can proceed to the other stuff. Sound good? Yep. Well, at the end of this, so after firefighters, we can decide on all the human capital stuff, and then we'll deal with the things rather than the peoples. All right, Chief. 4. You must have known that this would have raised eyebrows and caused pencils to, hit the pencil sharpener. Talk to us about 4, why now? Why not 1? Why not 3? Why not 2? Why 4?
Through you, your worship, to council, I've had the opportunity to talk to a few council members and hopefully illustrate why there's a need for 4. We can go simply as looking at the fire master plan that was brought forth. It indicated a metered approach of 2 firefighters per year starting in 2023. We did not hire 2 firefighters in 2023, so we're in 2024, we're looking for 4. We don't hire them this year, we'll be looking for 6 in 2025. In order to meet what the third party says is the best level of service, safest level of service to meet industry standards and best practices. Currently, what we do is for those significant calls, our fire calls, alarm bell calls, motor vehicle collisions, the truck, the staff that are on duty move to the truck and sit on the tarmac and wait. So if your structure is on fire, staff are ready to respond, but they cannot respond until there's a minimum of 4 people. We staff at 3 and go down to 2. What I'm trying to do is staff the truck with 4 so that as per our benchmarking, 90 seconds from the time of alarm to the time the truck is rolling to your emergency or to the citizen's emergency. Best practice, like I said, is 4, and we cannot roll without that. I understand the funding challenge that we have, and I understand to Councilor Meredith's his points. Currently, in order to get 4, we do what we call a general alarm. And I came forward to council in November about increasing our overtime budget. Currently, to get 4, we have to tone out a general, and that brings everyone back. Career staff on overtime with a minimum of 3 hours at time and a half, and our volunteers. That's part of the CBA. We cannot change or alter that. That's part of this, the collective bargain agreement, right? Right now, our overtime budget is growing and continues to grow. What I'm suggesting is by hiring these staff, yes, there is a hit, but we can divert some of that overtime money and partially fund that cost. We're going to the taxpayers for that money now. I'm looking for a better bang for your buck. So the 4 firefighters adding 1 per shift would allow us to respond, would allow us to divert some of the funds that we are already using for overtime to fund those 4 positions. If we fund the 4 positions, we can change the response matrix to a single truck response as opposed to a general alarm. So that means the truck that's on duty with 4 firefighters would go to, and I use the example in one of the discussions we have, single source alarm where the fire alarm goes off and it gets called in by the alarm company. Instead of sending out a general alarm and having everyone come back, we're sending a single truck because there's 4 firefighters. So I think the important number to remember is 4. The truck cannot move for these alarms. I mean, we're not talking about medical calls. We're talking about any fire alarm, any motor vehicle collision does not respond or does not roll without 4. We have 2 ways of doing that. The current way, where we're paying overtime, and that overtime continues to increase as we go, or we can turn around and fund the 4 positions so that they're on duty, and we don't need to tone that out. The other thing that's important to do, and it was brought up earlier, is the use of our staff. We have to remember when we call for a general alarm, the expectation is our volunteers leave their place of employment and come and help us out as a community. In last week, in one of the events we had between 8 in the morning and 6 at night, they were called out 3 times. Yesterday, while we were sitting here before noon, they were called out twice. So in both occasions, that would mean the expectation is that the employer will allow their staff member to leave where they are to come and help our community. In some instances, that's just impossible, right? So, and then there's the wear and tear on our career staff that are coming back. There's no downtime. And then the psychological, for those who've never worked as a volunteer firefighter, to sit on the tarmac knowing that there's a structure fire, but you cannot leave until people arrive. There's a huge psychological impact on that. That's one of the reasons why we looked at gym equipment to help blow off some of that, right? So the long of the short of it is the truck cannot move for these events unless there's 4 firefighters. We can continue going down the road that we are now, which goes against best practice, health and safety requirements, and the study that we just paid for, and continue calling out general alarms, or we can staff it to what's a I'm going to call it an appropriate level, in order to have that truck rolling in 90 seconds towards the emergency when people call for help. I think I've gone on long enough. I'll open it up to the floor for.
Okay, I'm sure there are a few questions. I just have one to kick things off. You said you have 3 now, but you go down to 2. So you have to tone out because you need 4 in your truck. If we give you 4, then just my simple brain tells me you're going to go to 3, which means you still got to tone out to get the 4th bum in the seat in the truck before you can leave. So is really what you need is 5, so you can go down to 4 and then you can roll the truck without calling out volunteers? Is my math working here?
Through your worship to council, you are correct. Unless we have 4, the truck cannot roll for these calls. So if we have minimum staffing of 2. So if someone is off sick, on vacation or away, we need to get the general. Now, saying that when we have 4, there's some I don't want to say leeway, because the direction is you need to roll with 4. So ideally it's 5, and that's why there's a 4-year, 2 firefighters per year of a hiring to get us to the 5 on a truck where you can go down to 4.
Thanks. I wasn't clear on that. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. So that actually changes it. So we're not going to have enough firefighters. So we're still doing the general alarm until you have a 5th employee. Can you correct me, please?
On certain calls, if the staffing goes down from 4, the proper approach is that they call for a general alarm. What we would do, because we have to remember, we don't control our dispatch center, so they have to input it in the call matrix, so then when the call comes in, it calls for certain things. Once we have 4, if we assign 4 to a truck, it'll be set up that it's single truck response. The officer at that point will have to make that call. Does he call for a 4th or a general to get the people there? Or does he, I don't want to say risk it because that sounds wrong, but ideally they are supposed to get there. The challenge that we have is, to use what Mayor Gordon used yesterday, you know, the ideal time to hire staff was yesterday or the day before. We have to start. We have a metered approach of 2 per year. Unfortunately, we're here at 4. The other thing to remember, and if I may elaborate, part of the last negotiations we did with the association was to ask for a 5th class firefighter rate, which decreased the start rate of firefighters by 10%. That was asked so that it would ease the integration of staff within the department. When we do budgeting, the proper standard approach to budgeting is at full salary. For us to get to full salary for said firefighters, it takes 5 years. Yes, in 5 years, the true cost of what's out there is going to be that. But we invested time and money in negotiations to ease that implementation of staff. We have some funding that we're using not as efficiently as we should by paying overtime and calling all that. So by redirecting some of those funds, and there's a chart, I'm not sure if we can bring up the chart, that shows by diverting or changing the call matrix, we can save 200,000 from the overtime. Looking at the overtime budget increase that we asked for the motor vehicle collision, there's roughly another 45,000 that we can look at. And the true cost for year 1 for 4 firefighters is 345,000. And we can divert 245,000 to that funding. So we'll say for year 1, the cost is $100,000. And again, we're using guesstimates, using the numbers from 2023. So if you were to ask me, can you confirm or you know, say that this will be the cost? It's like asking me, will it snow today? We can't predict when those calls come, right? But we can use the funds that we're already using from our taxpayer and use them more efficiently.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation because I think that gives our taxpayers, you know, the ability to understand why this is a needed ask. I agree. I don't think it makes any sense, especially for asking volunteer firefighters to leave their job over and over again. And also overtime rates. It doesn't make sense to pay that. So I agree. I was obviously one of the people raising my eyebrows, putting you through the ringer yesterday, but I agree that's a more efficient use of tax dollars. So thank you for that explanation. And that gives us a lot more than just this number on a paper. Appreciate that.
Now, speaking to the number on paper, Madam CFO, maybe you could explain why there's reserve in excess of the full rate. Like why has this thing got reserve funding on it? I think the chief just explained about the 5th class and why we don't see the 5th class cost on the spreadsheet. And then because we always show the top rate, which makes sense from a transparency perspective. But maybe you can just explain the math on this one.
Certainly. And yes, we do have a table that we can put up in a few moments as well. So if you look to the screen, so right now there's 187,000 coming from the tax rate. That's about a third of the full 1st class rate of those 4 firefighters. So that would be salary and benefit costs. So in the next column over, there's reserve. And so as a funding strategy because recognizing that he's asking for 4 positions in 1 year, and again, that the burden that would place on the current tax rate, as a funding strategy, what I've done here is phase in that full cost over the term of council, right? So each year you pay a third. Now, to the chief's point, this is the full 1st class rate, which isn't fully realized yet. Now, to be transparent to council in what a full 1st class firefighter costs, and so that they know that, you know, eventually that's how much they get paid. You know, I think it's showing council this full cost today is important. Now, just as we've sort of gone through those other staffing requests and said, hey, we can phase it in and say, have a July 1st date. You know, there are ways to make it less. Now, as the chief noted, the fifth class rate that they've negotiated in is much less than what is on screen. My suggestion would still be, because we're looking for 4 firefighters, we would still take a similar approach, and we would still phase in that full cost over the 3 years. It is less than what you have on screen, and if Jacqueline just wants to put that up, I can speak to it. And so this is just the little table of the wage grid, and so you can see that there is $60,000 plus benefit difference between the two. And so we can certainly amend the motion to put in, you know, the 5th class rate. And if you do that, 86 times 4 times 1.3 for benefits. You get 448,000 divided by 3. Sorry. I'm not going to try and do math right now. Oh, not 36. Happens when you do.
And I'm assuming you're picking 3 because that's how long we have left in this term of council. You don't want to bind future councils to any crazy decisions we make.
Exactly. And so, you know, so this would be if council was comfortable with this request, my suggestion would be to amend the motion of this coming from the tax rate. So the 149 instead of the 187 you see on screen, which is a $40,000 difference. Again, knowing that that's going to increase over the next 5 years, a little bit every year, and we're going to phase in those increases, right? The other comment I would just wanted to make about overtime. So the chief mentioned, you know, the overtime savings as well. I know we have had the last 2 years, our overtime actual costs have exceeded the budget. And so from my perspective, I'm hesitant to sort of say that we're going to see those overtime savings, especially in year 1. And so, you know, from a budgeting perspective, I would wait until next year's budget cycle if we were trying to incorporate any overtime savings. Thank you.
So hope for it, but don't bank on it. Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. This is heavy duty stuff here. I certainly don't want to jeopardize the safety of any of our residents in Midland or anywhere, as a matter of fact, but I'm still not convinced that we're not using the volunteer fighters more effectively. And I know you're concerned about them leaving their employer, but when they must have an understanding with their employer, but that's when are all firefighters on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or do they have shifts on call? And what is the average delay of the fire truck leaving? Just to give me a picture on that one, please.
Through you, your worship, to Councilor McDonald. I'll try to hit all the questions. If I missed one, please. Yes, all our volunteers do speak to their employers to ask, you know, for the authority to leave. The problem or the challenge we have is the demands placed on the volunteers continue to increase. What I will suggest, and I've said to it before, is if this was your business and you had a volunteer firefighter in your community, would you be comfortable allowing your staff member that we know is a challenge everywhere you work to leave your place of employment 1, 2, 3 times a day, as has happened as recently as yesterday? So yes, there is a willingness to help the community, but we're at that kind of tip where all of a sudden now the expectation, we don't want to increase our taxes, and I fully understand that, but we're expecting our employers to allow staff to leave, leaving them in a deficit of staff to provide their service. So it becomes a challenge. The taxation on the demands placed on those firefighters, if they can't leave, psychologically, again, they can't come and help when there's these incidents. And when they do come, they're hurrying to get here in order to get the truck out the door. When we look at our times, the deputies pulled up some times, we're looking at an average of 7 to 7.5 minutes before the truck can leave, waiting for staff to come back. Again, we're at the mercy of who's available, where they are, and how quick can they get to the station, get out of their vehicles, get suited up, get on the truck, as opposed to a 90-second standard when you have staff at the station. That's why we encourage people to come and spend as much time as they can at the hall. If they're going to do their workouts and discussions and training and stuff, staff are there, right? The truck leaving can leave in 90 seconds if staff are there. If we're waiting for the volunteers, on average, we're sitting around 7 to 7.5 minutes. Again, you're waiting 7 to 7.5 minutes before the truck leaves. Right? That's not the 4 to 6 minute travel time. So now if we add to that, you're just under, what, 15 minutes if my math is correct. So if your house is on fire or you need help, that's a long time to wait.
You forgot the
I
one
hope
about on call. Are they on call 24/7?
Oh, thank you. I was going to say, I was not sure if I answered everything. All our volunteers, as well as our career staff, are on call 24/7, 365. So the career staff, obviously, that are working, respond to the incidents there. Career staff that are off duty, as well as all the volunteers, are all on. So we don't have groups. You have to remember the demands at fire incidents far exceeds what we can do, right? So we need as many people to come back. We also need career staff now to come back, because the staff, even though we provide opportunities for volunteers to drive, we only have about 30% that drive. So we need drivers and pump operators. So there's a lot of pieces to this, right? And with the mandatory training and certification that's placed on our volunteers, we're having them come more and more often to do training in order to be certified. I think it's important to note, and I hope I answered your questions, Councilor McDonald. I think it's important to note that we have some great dedicated certified firefighters that we invested time and money in. Should we be awarded these positions, my position would be to be pulling from those volunteers and moving them from a volunteer department, a volunteer firefighter, to a career department. We've invested the time, they understand our service, they understand the level of training. We have staff that are going through the recruitment program now, but we can pull those people, right? So we're showing them we're investing back into them and rewarding them, I'm going to say, for the time and efforts they put towards our municipality.
That's nice. Shop local. One of the few things we can do is hire internally and promote internally. That's awesome. Councillor East.
Sure, your worship. Okay, so as I see it, Midland is expanding tremendously. I don't feel the fire force has the ability to carry the weight as we expand. So to me, something like this only makes sense. I know that this is an opportunity for us to cut and to save taxpayer money. But the simple fact is that I'm pretty sure any taxpayer that's paying a rate would be graciously happy to have them pulled out of a fire as they're dying. Or if they're into a severe accident where their car is crushed and they need to get out of that car within minutes to get an air ambulance to Toronto, every second counts. So what we're doing is we're providing a service, much like these guys wear Superman capes. I honestly feel that by us supporting the ability to save lives, anybody that votes to give the fire chief the ability to have his 4 firefighters would be wearing Superman capes as well. We can't just put a value on life. And the simple fact is that as much as we're grumbling about hiring people, you can't put a price on life. And I've personally seen what emergency responders can do and how they can change the life of not only the person that's in the emergency, but the family around them. So I think it's valuable. I also think that in the long run, we're going to see the savings in overtime, so it only makes sense as well. And I'm pretty sure that any taxpayer would see the value in having their life saved if they were put in a position where they need an emergency responder. So I would fully support all 4.
Councillor Denner.
Thank you, your worship. I too support hiring for firefighters. Fire and police are 2 things you don't mess with. Responsible. We have a responsibility to our citizens. And it makes perfect sense. For the report I just heard, I stand behind it 100%.
Councilor Meredith.
Thank you. And thank you for that, the information. And I did receive that information earlier and in meeting with you. So this is the problem I have right now. So for firefighters will be 2% of the tax rate, an increase of 2% going forward. So next year, we're going to be looking at 3% for the capital plan, automatic, another 2%. So we're going to be starting at 5%. So, and that'll be across the board throughout this council, next council, and that 5%. So we'll be looking at, you know, with the asks and everything, guessing upwards of 7%, right? So, and then we're going to get into the ABCs and so forth. So we're pulling out of reserves, and I would be supportive of this if we could have a commitment, because the taxpayer does not see the surplus, the rewards of surplus on the tax rate. It goes into reserves. So if we can pull, we're asking for 4 this year and then another 2 probably next year. If we can pull those revenue, those salaries out of reserves, not the full, but you have whatever this ratio is down here, keep the ratio the same and pull that out of reserves. So we're not burdened by a 5% tax rate starting point every year. So we need tax relief, and we don't want it at the cost of someone losing their life, right? So we can pull from reserves if that's possible. And this would be an easier decision for me to make. And I think when it comes to next year's budget cycle, and we're staring down a 9% increase, trying to get it down to 7, right? That's what I struggle with right now. So I know the need is there. I had a great conversation with you. But there has to be some flexibility from staff here. So we're not handcuffed up here, right? For our citizens, right? So we need to keep our citizens, you know, afloat, keeping them in their houses, and their tax rates don't push them out, right? Because I'm feeling, you know, personally, I'm feeling the tax rates increasing and increasing. It's driving me out of Midland, right? So that's where I see where it's heading in the next 10 years. I won't be a resident of Midland. So because of our taxes. So when you're talking about the retirement community, fixed income, this is the challenges that I'm looking at. So if I could have that commitment, this would make my decision a lot easier. Thank you.
Are you willing to wade into that? Rub your crystal ball here. Because there's a lot of moving parts. I mean, to be fair, simple math is what you're saying, but the reality is there's revenue streams, there's growth, there's a lot of things that impact where we start on our tax rate. So it's a little oversimplifying to just do the math you're doing. It's a little doom and gloomish, but I understand, to your point, we can buffer the direct impact by knowing that the true cost is actually 187.2 for these 4, but just putting it on our taxes this year is 115,004 as we see displayed, which is actually what's going to leave our genes. But knowing that within 5 years, we're going to get up to that full rate and helping to offset that buffer using the tax supported reserves over 3 years, amortizing the, you know, phasing in the pain, if you will. But to your point, there's going to be a request for more firefighters. There's another 2 that could come next year, and maybe we say 1, or I mean, who knows, right? We can't prejudge. So I don't want us to make decisions today based on decisions we might make tomorrow. Like, we really need to deal with the here and now. So
We know the matrix is it's supposed to be 2 last year, 2 this year, and 2 the following year, and another 2. So we can go up to 8, a commitment of 8, right? But we do know, unless we're gonna next term of council comes in and demolishes the 10-year capital plan, right? But we do know these 4 firefighters are going to cost us 2% every year if it goes directly on our taxes. So that math, I think, is accurate. There's 5%. We're starting at 5%. I believe it's accurate. And then everything's costing more. So I don't see, you know, in my time, taxes just keep on going up. So anyways, maybe you can shed some light on that, Madam CFO.
Through your worship to Councillor Emeritus. So it's not quite 2%. So, we did have to fix the math because I originally didn't realize the benefits was already included here, which is why it went down to 115. I saw you, I think you were expecting the previous number. So that's the entry level 5th class, right? Is the 115, right? You're suggesting first class, yes. And so you're right. If we approve this today, 115 goes on our tax rate today. And then next year we have to find another 115,000, right? So that's not quite 2%. That's more like 0.5%, right? For these 4, right? Then plus the 3% in reserves as you had, so, you know, you're at 3.5%. So not 5, 3.5 would be the sort of the starting point next year, assuming all else remained equal, right? And we were still having the same reserve strategy next year, which it will be based on our needs. We would be at a starting point of 3.5% just for this, right?
For firefighters
Yep.
at a first class rate would be 500 and some odd 50, right?
They are.
So that's 2%, close to 2%, 5. Plus there's overtime in there, but anyways, we're not talking about that now. But there's 575. So at 270 and 270 is 540,000 would be 2% tax increase. At 270,000 is a percent.
Correct. Yeah.
So we're at
Yes, but
four.
sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. But what the chief was noting was they're not going to get to that first class rate for 5 years. And so we would begin at sort of that 5th class rate this year. Next year, you're going to get a little bit of an increase the year after. So it's about 0.5%, 0.75% a year, give or take, right? Now, again, if he comes with a request next year for another 2, now you're down to 2 years left in your council term, because again, trying not to commit that next council. Now you've got 2 firefighters that you're trying to spread over 2 years, plus you've got the 4 from the year before that you're spreading over the remaining 2 years. You're right, it compounds very quickly, right? And so you're right, you're going in day 1 of budget deliberations already at 4 and maybe 5%.
So can you commit to my suggestion of taking this out of reserves, because we do have surpluses that don't come back on the tax rate. So this is why I want to dip into reserves, right? Because we don't see those coming back to the taxpayer. So that's why I want to dip into reserves, and it can be done. I'm confident you can do it.
And that is what I'm doing. This is that exact funding strategy. Yes. You can't just fund it from reserves forever, because eventually you need to find the money, right? And so.
But we do find the money in the surpluses, right? Because there are surpluses when Mitch comes in under budget every year, right? That goes into stays in the reserve, and compound that by, you know, dealing operations and so forth.
You don't want to fund, I understand what you're saying, but you don't want to fund your full-time firefighters banking on getting a 2% surplus every year. That's just not good financial practice.
When was the last year had a deficit in municipal governments from? Okay, thank you. I'll end it there. You get what I'm saying.
I was just saying, we can't run deficits. It's illegal. So yeah. We can hope for a surplus, but we can't run deficits. Counselor Ball.
Thank you. I would actually like to see this year funded entirely from reserves. We sold a bunch of properties last year. And I think that this year I'd like to take that $115,000, same as what Councillor Emeritus is saying, that a relief for our taxpayers, that 0.5% is still 0.5%, and we still can fund it from reserves this year. Obviously, it's not a long-term solution, but I mean, we shaved $1 million off of yesterday's reserve ask for this year. And again, I know they're coming back, but I'm hoping that we gain $100,000 of interest somewhere in our millions of dollars that are invested right now.
Through your worship to Councillor Ball. And so again, great idea, but the problem with that is if we fund it entirely from reserves, next year, instead of having to find 115,000, you have to find 230,000.
I understand that because you want to pay back, but like Councilor Emeritus is saying, we are talking about selling land. You bring land for us to sell, and we are never able to apply that back to anything. It goes into reserves. So is there a way that we direct land sales to the next budget? Like, that's not an option that we have. So this is the only option we have, is to pull the surplus funds, pull the amount of money that we use for land sales and direct it to budget requests right now. We're not given another option aside from that.
My only caution is, you want to wonder why our reserves are in the state they are right now, is you can artificially make it feel like we're doing that and we're reducing taxes by using reserves rather than passing along the true cost of running the place. That's how we got in this position, and that's how a lot of municipalities are. So the temptation to grab that low hanging, we talked about this on day one, to grab the low hanging fruit and just start offsetting tax increases with our reserves, that you've seen how bad they are, might feel good, but it's wildly irresponsible from a finance perspective for this corporation.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we're cutting that. We're putting the 3% into the reserves. That's our contribution. We've said we're going to do that to get to scenario 4, that in 2033, we're going to have a $2.3 million deficit, as opposed to, I can't remember what scenario 1 was, an extremely high deficit, but we sold almost $1 million of property last year. So that would close the gap to $1 million deficit in 2033. If we sell more properties, they'll be closer to closing that gap. So this money is just using that money, instead of having that $1 million towards the 2.3 million deficit in 2033, we have the ability to use it towards lowering our tax base, which is what we always say we're selling property for, but we never actually put it towards lowering the tax rate.
Again, I totally get where you're coming from. So the property that we sold last year is already the proceeds that we got from that property, we put to our sustainability reserve. That's a capital reserve, right? So those proceeds are already included in that 10-year forecast that you saw. And again, if we had really healthy reserves, what you're suggesting, I would totally be on board with. But we don't, right? And so again, it's at the will of council, but you can't say you're putting 3% in reserves and then take 1% out, because you're not putting in 3%, right? And so we're not actually closing that gap. And so again, it's up to council, but my recommendation would be not to do that.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Is it feasible to consider hiring 2 full-time firefighters instead of 4? Just to lay the full complement? And
Through your worship, I was just waiting for, just in case you had more to add to that. We can hire as many as you want. At the end of the day, whatever you give us is better than what we have today. The challenge that I have is unless, like I said at the beginning, unless there's 4 on that truck, I cannot change that response matrix. I cannot stop the general alarms. I cannot have the truck respond until there's 4. And if that means that by hiring 2, that means 2 of the shifts still only have 3. And therefore we're toning out again. And I cannot change the response matrix. We have to understand that the response matrix is part of dispatch. They have to put it in a certain way, and they can't change it day by day. They dispatch for 21 municipalities, right? So, of course, I'm not going to say no to 2. 4 allows me to do a lot more, including changing response matrix and hopefully better using the finances that are already being used for overtime and these general callouts. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor East.
Through your worship, just wanted to put it out there that I'm a taxpayer, and I can tell you one thing, I have absolutely no problem paying for a rate to know that I'm going to have an emergency responder running upstairs to save my daughter's life. And in the case of an emergency, I think we're nitpicking over a couple percent, but everybody in Midland and any community has a service that they need in the case of an emergency. So to me, it only makes sense to pass this either way, because what we're doing is we're saving lives. Why are we nitpicking about a couple percent when your daughter's upstairs needing her life saved? Are you going to do it? You know, that smoke, that house full of smoke, we're not capable of running up to save our families. They are. So to pay this couple percent, I don't know why we're nitpicking over this. Any community is going to have to pay this, and it's just a part of living in any sort of community. But what we're doing is we're saving lives. I'm just going to leave it at that.
All right. So do we have anything new? Because we're trying to get away from the cyclical arguments, remaking our own points over and over again. So this debate that never ends. Anything new? Or we can just call the question.
Just want to say I do support this either way. I just would like to see this year at the 0.5% from our reserves.
So the suggestion, are we going to edit this to the 115 to show what the real money is that's leaving our bank account?
Okay.
Even though you presented it properly, the full impact of this is what it costs if you're hiring firefighters. But to help us with the number, that real number that we're going to pass along to the taxpayers, if we make that change, assuming we support 4, it would be 115. Councilor Meredith?
I think through you, Mayor Gordon, to staff, I think this is a two-way street. And you know, this is a service that we need, and in year 1, to ease the tax burden, we see funds coming out of reserves. But you will not do that for year 2, 3, or 4. At least some amount that's hanging us out to dry. So I don't appreciate it. I know this can be done, but I'll leave it at that.
It is spread over 3 years, though,
Yeah,
Councillor.
through your worship, that is what our CFO is suggesting, that over the next 3 years, that 50% come, actually more than 50%. So the original was 377,000 come from the reserve and 187,000 come from tax base. That is to ease the burden over the next 3 years. And I know the numbers are slightly different now from what will hit the tax base as 115, but the remaining 377 is anticipated to come from the reserve. So if we could put that, thank you. The screen is going to just go back up.
Yeah, it'd be
what
good
was
to edit it
originally.
because I think we may actually be accomplishing exactly what Councilor Meredith is suggesting we do, but it's not on the screen. So, Councilor Ball?
I was just suggesting, I'm suggesting 100% reserve funded in the first year, because we're not going to see any savings based off the overtime, but we will see the overtime savings in year 2. So that will give us the ability to find more funds from the tax base next year.
If you could just edit to show what year one impact is, even though 377 is intended for 3 years, just show what year one is.
I
Was-
just make a suggestion. My point was that you were willing to do it for 1 year of 377. You're spreading that over 3 years, right? So my point was that you're willing to do it for 1 year, that amount, and drain our reserves as is not recommended. To get this passed and through, and then we deal with the ramification. Like if none of this is going on, then we deal with the 5 or 7 or 9% taxes draft budget next year. So that's what I meant by hanging us out to dry on this particular thing, because now you're spreading the 377 over 3 years, which, and after year 3, then the next term of council, I guess we'll have to deal with it. So, but my suggestion was, because you made it work this year, you should be making it work every year. You know, if this is the if this is the strategy you want to take, and give some relief to our taxpayers, unless we get massive growth and some income coming in, and hopefully we can do that. But this will at least buy us some time. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got an editable version up on screen now, and so you'll see that that original 187 has dropped down to the 115. So that's that 5th class rate, and that's for 4 firefighters, and that's a third of the cost. So essentially, every year, $115,000 from the tax rate is going to fund those 4 firefighters for the next 3 years. So that means every year we are drawing down on our reserve. So which is exactly what you're proposing, right? It's not entirely funded from reserves this year, which is what Councillor Ball had originally proposed. And I kind of said, that's hard to do, right? But this strategy allows us to phase in those costs over this term of council, right? The next 3 years. Knowing that that's going to go up slightly as those 4 positions move through the ranks, right? Which is about 10% a year, right?
So let me ask the question that no one's asked yet. Why aren't we doing that with the other new hires?
And so that is a good question. Now, again, as the chief noted, that those wage rates are right in the collective agreement. The new hires that are on, we still could do. Right now, we have them at job rate, right? We could still do something from reserve, right? Or what you had suggested, a July 1st implementation, which is the same thing, right? Because essentially with a July 1st implementation, what you're doing is you're saying, we're hiring the person now, we're going to have half their wages this year, but then we need to, then the tax rate is going to go up by another half next year because that wage needs to get phased in. And so you could hire them Jan 1. Well, we're already past Jan 1, right? And you could use the reserves to phase it in over 2 years. It's essentially the same thing. The chief is asking for 4 now, which is why this strategy was recommended originally. But if he wanted 2, again, those numbers would look different. 2 this year, 2 next year.
I guess my point is, I stand by my belief that living off credit cards and living off borrowed money is a really bad idea to artificially pretend like the taxes are lower in Midland and we somehow did something. I don't disagree that new found money from things that we, like selling land, can't be earmarked to go against the tax rate. It's a one-time thing, right? Or, you know, if we amortize it over several years. There's nothing wrong with that concept either. But what we're proposing here, I think, is to reduce the sticker shock of 4 firefighters is something novel that I don't see us repeating anywhere else in our HR, because there's all kinds of people's salaries we could, you know, artificially lower for a year and stick the straw in the reserve cup. But I would caution us against doing that because capital reserves are not meant for operational every year use. So I guess that's maybe what's muddied the water is your valid and perfectly reasonable attempt to try and reduce the impact of having 4 firefighters in 1 year. I think has muddied the water though when it comes to talking about how we fund other positions operationally. I think we're probably the author of our own problem here. So the long and short of it is we could, if we're going to do this, we can attach that to other positions where we're concerned about, you know, this year's tax rate, knowing that next year, or we amortize it over the 3 remaining years of council, we can artificially make it look lower. But that's not really giving a true picture to the taxpayer of what this costs on an ongoing basis. And we kind of do euchre the next council because once this amortization runs out in 3 years, they're paying the full freight. So
Right, but that, with this funding strategy, the full rate would be already included in the base budget is the idea behind this, right? So you're not setting them up at a 2% deficit going into budget.
yeah, it's a creative way to do this for sure. And I can appreciate the rationale behind it. I think that's what's muddy the water here on this ask. Councillor Ball?
I think just in this case, in year 2, 3, 4, we are going to see the overtime savings though, so that the true cost will be lower than what the ask is right now.
Our CFO isn't convinced that we'll see those savings, but we don't know what we don't know. So the goal is to,
That just in the first year, we won't see them.
Madam CFO, is it just 1 year you're concerned with, or are you concerned with overtime in general with the composite department?
Certainly the first year. Also, I do know that the overtime has exceeded the budget the last 2 years. And so, you know, if anything, that overtime may come down to budget, right? So it's not necessarily a budgetary savings. But again, only time will tell.
Yeah, I guess my only cautionary tale is don't bank on these savings because they may not materialize. So we need to make this decision if there isn't going to be overtime savings and just deal with these positions and the true cost of them. Yeah. Chief. Sorry, I thought a finger. All right. All right. Well, do we think we have enough information to decide? 0, 2, 4. We good? So maybe a quick show of hands for let's do the 4 and keep the numbers as edited here with the actual cost from the taxpayer right now. Okay. Whew. I know it's a big one. I know we're going to take text messages and emails. What the hell you guys think? We'll deal with that right now. Right now, let's just focus on the budget. Okay, so now we're still in the HR side. So we still have the community planner, and the new IT position, and the facilities transit project coordinator. I think we have the whole ball of wax there. Would you like to just deal with these from the top down as before, Councillor Ball?
Was just going to say, as for that contract position, facilities and transit, I'm on board if it's contract.
All right, so dealing with with making that transit position that's partially funded from user fees, which they're going to actually be responsible for finding on their own, which is kind of novel, and gas taxes, and making that a contract position so that if it circles the bowl at some point, we're not in any jeopardy as far as severance. Is council content to hiring that person under those circumstances? Show of hands. All right. Back to the top then, community planner. Or no, we already killed the community planner? Yeah, my bad. We go back to it again. I still feel terrible about it, but I got your back in every other way I can here. So we're at the analyst. Oh, sorry about that, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted confirmation because we were kind of skipping the senior analyst IT governance or the facilities one, sorry. You wanted that one 6 months?
Oh, no, we
1
need
year
to go ahead and advertise for it. We're just gonna make it a contract. Or did we want to delay it till July? I mean, realistically, we got to find this person, but Councillor Ball?
I honestly don't see the point of delaying things we're just delaying our service level. We're delaying the ability for them to find someone, which may take 6 months regardless. So I'd rather see a surplus of 6 months if we don't find somebody within that time. My concern is just that we're not on the hook for paying for that. But no, I don't really see the point of delaying hiring people at this point.
Councilor Meredith?
Sorry, I didn't, on the show of hands, for that vote, I only saw 4 go up. Was I missing one?
Yeah, there was 2 that kept their hands down. we can do it again. It's not like a formal vote for this gas tax funded, or sorry, which one are you asking about? The planner? Like that gas tax funded transit coordinator person. Yeah, that one. Are we good with that one? Yeah, I think there's only two that. All right. All right, we might have just gained one actually. Anyway, okay. Oh. Holy jumping. Must be the tears in my eyes from denying the planning one. Oh. Alrighty then. So next was the IT position. I think it's the last one, right? Is the IT position? So that's the one I had suggested we, half basically knowing that we could like to try and start them in July, but realistically it probably won't even be then. But at least it'll show a little savings we can pass along. So it's basically full, half, or none are the options before us. So why don't we start with none? No, people who don't support the new IT position. Don't support the new IT position, put your hand up. Don't support it. You don't want to hire the new IT position. Or it's a blended thing, but anyway. All right, Gonzo. I think that's it for human capital, right? AK people, flesh and blood.
Correct, yes.
All right. Knives are freshly sharpened. And we're on to the non-resident annual boat launch pass. I think this is boat launch pass fee. This is the projected income of $5,000. This is the changes we're going to be making to it. Council, are you familiar with that or do we need it brought up on the screen?
I'm
Councillor Ball?
familiar. I
Okay.
would just like to suggest we don't gain a profit from this at all and eliminate the fees from our own residents. I wasn't in support of that last year, and I mean, you can see that we gained $5,000 from our residents, and I don't think that's worth taxing them an additional cost of using our boats. So I think that, yes, I'm for non-resident boat pass, but I think that it should come at a zeroed out balance of allowing our residents to use it for free.
Okay, so this change has a few, or this ask has a few changes in it. So maybe it would be worthy to bring it up on screen because alternatively, we're actually changing the whole policy around the boat launch when really we got to deal with just this financial ask. So that's on page 269, if we could get that one up. For those following along at home, this is a potential revenue stream, not something that impacts well, it does impact the tax rate. It's nominal, but it's money. 269. Who'd like to speak to this one?
Just checking that this is, oh great, it's working to council. Last year, yes, we implemented a resident boat launch fee. We raised up nearly $30,000 by implementing that fee. We didn't have a non-resident fee, so we're proposing a non-resident annual pass at this rate, estimating that we might generate about $5,000. We'd still have options for people if they wanted to do the day boat launch. But this would be for non-residents who want to use the boat launch regularly throughout the summertime. Our neighbors have a similar fee. Other municipalities do. So something for us to consider as an option.
Right. So right now it's pay as you go. There is no all in, all you can eat boat launch pass for non-residents. And this is a proposal that we offer that because it's cheaper. It aligns with our neighbors and offers some meager income. Councillor Ball.
I'm just wondering where that $30,000 is, because I thought in our paperwork we saw 5 of what we raised. So can you bring up where it's 30?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball. It's in the harbor budget, the revenue line. It was $29,774. It might not show directly because it's broken. It's showing with other fees that we've brought as revenues as part of tourism, culture, and the harbor. But that's where that's where it sits.
Okay, thank you for explaining. It's with other things as well.
And that was a lot less than we'd hoped for our fees. But then again, we had no one policing it, and by anecdotal reports, it was the Wild West. No, most people weren't paying. So that comes as a request we're going to talk about soon to make sure people pay. If we're going to do it, we should enforce it. So this is, to me, this is a win for non-residents. It saves them money. It allows them all access to our boat launch, which as long as it remains monetized, this aligns our fee schedule with our neighbors. And that's what they would pay when they went to Penetang or any other place where they have to pay to splash their boat. They can buy a pass rather than them having to pay the sort of higher a la carte rate. Well, personally, I think this is a good idea. If we're going to monetize a thing, then let's be as kind as we can to our customers and offer them what they're looking for. So our council's draw poll here. Are we good with implementing this non-resident pass? Yeah, okay. All right, next on the list. Go back to it on my screen too. Where is it? Next is the cruise ship passenger fees. So I know we talked to this briefly earlier. It's some people have none, some people have way more, and we've got a compromise in here. And allegedly, no cruise ship captain is, threatening to not come to Midland because we invoked them. That's a little bit of a revenue stream for us. Is there anything you can add on this ask, Karen?
The council, no, it's an option. We don't have to charge it, but it's something that for council to consider as an option. Smaller municipalities don't charge. I can give you, for example, Windsor charges $3.11 per passenger. The city of Toronto charges $13.65 per passenger. They're a little larger than we do. Parry Sound doesn't charge. Port Colborne does not charge at this time.
And am I correct in my assertion that you haven't had, have you floated this, pun intended, with the cruise lines or any of them going, well, we're not coming to Midland then? I'm full of puns today.
To Mayor Gordon, the Great Lakes Cruise Association that we are a member of, they've started the process as well. They were hoping to implement it with all the ports in 2024. They've pulled back on it, but even though they've pulled back on, because they would want to have a matching fee as well, we've decided that we'd still bring it to council as an option. If the Great Lakes Cruise Association was wanting to do it as well and wanted us to collect the fees, that's still something we would certainly have to work out with them. And I'm not sure of all the logistics involved. It would be actually could be $6 per passenger, but we know from the Pearl Seas, their agent, that Midland is their favorite port. They've told us that a few times, and they've said it in Great Lakes Cruise Association meetings in front of other ports, which is we're quite proud of.
Awesome. And this isn't like $6,000 per visit. This is $6,000 for the year you're expecting to raise. So, yeah. Councillor Ball, I think I saw your hand. No, Councillor Meredith.
Yeah, I had it noted in here to actually increase it to $5 versus $3. We are we would be we have a great harborfront port. We are consistently yearly doing upgrades to it. We see the seawall being or the bumper rail. I think an extra couple bucks at $5, which because we would be the cheapest. So I think another $2 bump on that isn't much to ask, as long as you feel that we're not going to discourage to pay $5 extra per passenger. I don't think that would discourage me from not making the trip on the Great Lakes, or I guess it is.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith, we thought we'd start with $3 as a starting point to gradually implement it. Doesn't mean we couldn't increase it in future years if we decided to go with $3 this year. If you wanted to bring it to $5, we could. That's what we would implement, but we're just thought we'd do it gradually.
Press the wrong button again. What about phasing it in? 3, 4, 5. Go with 5. We don't have to phase it in. Just 5. 5. Johnny 5 is alive. Fantastic. $5 it is. Sold. Love it. And to your point, it's absolutely needed in harbor budget because that's not a profit center at this point. Okay, non-resident fees at the NSRC. Everyone knows where I stand on that. I've been talking about this forever. Wasn't our decision to implement this. I think we were painted into a corner by some decisions elsewhere. I feel it's long overdue. And we really don't have a choice, in my opinion. And I think we're actually leaving a lot of money on the table by only focusing on the ice folks right now. And I strongly believe that there should be a column on all of our fees for everything we have, resident, non-resident. I know some of these things might only get used 4 times a year, but there should be a set fee for non-residents on everything we do because they need to help pay for the stuff that they come here to enjoy. But this is a start, and I realize that staff couldn't magically, come up with this number system for every possible scenario and service. This is a start, and I've had numerous conversations with folks that are going to be impacted by this. And of course, none of them are happy about it, but I'd say 95% of them at the end of the conversation understand. When I ask them to go back to their mayor in their municipality from whence they come and argue with them to commit dollars that we can count on in our budget every year to support this wonderful resource that may or may not remain called the North Simcoe Sports and Rec Center. And if they're unwilling to do that, then not my problem. We are not a charity. Last time I checked. And Midland ratepayers for far too long have been shouldering the full cost of this beautiful sports and rec facility and all the operation in the capital. And we are nowhere close to even breaking even with this meager non-resident fee, but it's a start. And as I say, I think all but the most stubborn of the folks that I've talked to, and I totally understand their grief and concerns. Most of them understand that this isn't our problem. We were forced to do this, and they need to go talk to their municipalities to resume, or maybe perhaps for the first time, begin funding us. So needless to say, I'm fully in support of this. I've been defending it for months now as I've been telegraphing to the public that it's coming. And I'm certainly not in a position to compromise on this one right now. We have to do this. So that's my 2 cents on it. Take it away, Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I agree. We are backed into a corner with this. I don't like it. It does feel like we're targeting hockey as they have. I'm sure all of us have gotten emails about it. I think the fee is high to start. And I also am going to place the argument that everyone has heard that we do not offer recreational programming for our residents right now. We are using other municipalities' services. And if we implement this fee, we have to expect that they will in turn implement their own fees for our residents, which does impact our residents. It hurts our residents. And that is a financial that they will have to see and they will have to do. And I don't think that this is going to balance out the way that we think it is.
Councilor Meredith?
Thank you. I'm obviously, it's about time we implement fees. The only thing I don't agree with right now is targeting hockey. I think it should be all across the board. And I'm not sure why it's such a difficult task to have as you suggested, a column